you come over? Let me get to know ya. Hey, nah, 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 nah. Delve into emotion, leave us in this moment.
Shut my feelings out. You look at me like I'm different. Still you stay cause you feel something real. Get so lost in my moments. Doesn't mean I don't need you. I fell in love with your colors. They kinda tell me what I'm thinking. Fell in love with the way we are and the way we lose it. There's something different about us, and the reason why we stay. They never know where we will fall. Nobody can see us, still they wanna tear us apart. There's something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. Different about us. There's something different about us. There's something different about us. There's something different about us. Different about us. We're pouring cup after cup after cup. Yeah, it's just the way we do it. Anything just to block out the real life, real life. Yeah, we love in the way they think we're so messed up. Even if what we're doing is bad, there's so many emotions. Sharing stories that we never had. Yeah, none is real. I think we're searching for reasons not to be like that. They never know where we will fall. Nobody can see us, still they wanna tear us apart. There's something different about the way we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Rift Masters. My name is DM, but this time I'm joined by the one and only Rafa on the couch. Rafa, I'm super excited to break this down because, well, if you've missed Rift Masters, if you wondered where we've gone, we were actually taking a break, giving Rafa some space as, well, you're joining us from over at Horizon Cup that just ended pretty recently.
Dude, it was such a blast. We flew out to Santa Monica. We got to cover the games live while they were taking place over in Singapore. And then, of course, if you paid attention or kept up with the tournament, you got to see the eventual winners in Dakun Gaming take up the whole thing. And once again, Dia, it just goes to show that China is the best in another esport this year. So they are continuing to display their dominance globally, internationally, in any form of esports this year.
We're going to keep growing our home talent here, seeing if we can one day rival them, as, you know, it's all about breeding that competition. And, well, RiftMasters has done an excellent job of doing it. We've gotten our 2 qualifiers out of the way, and now, of course, are jumping into our 3rd of the season, right before the last chance qualifier, and then, of course, playoffs, gathering the best teams in North America here. This is just the first day, where it's basically an open call. If you think you're the best, go ahead and prove it here.
I'm definitely ready to see these teams slam down. And I think the other thing you mentioned, too, about we're all not only just fostering talent here in NA, I mean, you can kind of take it to the literal sense, all of North America. I mean, this is one giant continent, which means we've got friends over in Mexico playing from the, the LATAM servers that are here joining us in this open qualifier as well.
Yeah, some pretty notable teams. I'm really excited to break them down depending on what games we actually get to cover. But because there's so many teams, we're going to have to be picking and choosing them. Let's pop over to that format, see how we'll be covering these teams today. Because at least initially, we're starting off with the best of what? Single elimination will bring us all the way into the quarterfinals. And it's then, and only then, where we get to crack out the real bangers, the best of 3s to take us all the way into those semis, set them up, so that you guys can continue covering them tomorrow.
Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the champion picks coming into today's matches, because now that we're taking place after Horizon Cup, the last Rift Masters that took place before, was we didn't have Jason Caitlyn yet. Actually, we're gonna have to hold on to that, Dia, because I know we've got more important things to cover in our opening intro here.
You know what? I'm on the same page as you. I do really want to talk about the champions, but of course, when we think about winning, it's what you stand to win that we, of course, want to take a look at. First place today for the qualifiers will be walking away with $1,600, or rather, I guess I should say tomorrow, since it is a 2-day event. So at least for today, getting yourself up to the quarterfinals, you have a chance to secure yourself the 250 and even the 500. And as a sort of guaranteed prize, but what you're really battling for is your chance to qualify for the playoffs, as we mentioned before, where we've got a lot more money on the line, a total of $8,000 for first place. And over the course of all these qualifiers and the playoffs combined, we're giving away $30,000 too. We already mentioned are some of the best teams in NA looking to claim that prize money. Immortals has already claimed the title twice in the qualifiers, winning not one, but 2 of them, and that's a really big innovator of the compositions that you were just alluding to. Immortals are the ones that I'm expecting to have the more room to experiment with the new metas that have arisen over Horizon Cup.
Yeah, and Iraqi Zora was with us on the analyst desk for most of the days over at Horizon Cup as well, so I'm expecting, if anyone is going to be making sure that they're up to date on what's hot, what's kind of the good things in the meta right now, it's going to be Iraqi kind of showing and kind of spilling all the meta secrets with the rest of his team. And Immortals are picking up all the cash in these qualifiers that you've already talked about, Dia. So Immortals, I'm expecting going to be another powerhouse to beat in this qualifier, taking over place of today and tomorrow. But there's definitely some other teams with the meta changes, with the new champions coming in, like Caitlyn, like Jace, rising to power, rising to fame, that I think is going to give us a little bit of a surprise going into tomorrow.
Absolutely. And, you mentioned some of the other really strong teams here. I think that nothing says that better than the teams that have already accumulated points towards those playoffs. And so let's go ahead and take a look and see who's coming up. Actually, we're just going to jump right into it. Infinity versus Krakenstorm is where we're starting off. And Infinity was one of the teams that I was leading up to talking about. So we're going to get the chance to see whether they prioritize that Caitlyn Jace, as they've got first pick open and neither of them are banned.
Renekton still a powerful first pick, though. I mean, at Horizon Cup, Renekton was not only just seen as a first pick or ban champion, it's just the Baron laner that can kind of get through any laning phase. So even if your Baron laner that you're going up against can play the Fiora, can play the Camille, can play the Riven, even an Aurelia, you can bypass through that laning phase with Renekton because you have strong laning, and then you will always be a threat looking for flanks in those team fighting stages, or you can decently hold someone in the 1v1 during a sideline split push.
Yeah, I like the flexibility that the champion brings. It is, of course, that 1v1 powerhouse that we all know and love in Renekton. And at the same time, with the AoE, he actually gives you a surprising amount of wave clear as well, and can opt into, instead of a more bruiser-centric sort of win condition in the top lane, you can start prioritizing your jungle a little bit more. But with Krakenstorm opting into the Rakan on the other side, they've got a very powerful engage themselves and could start to opt into more of a team fight win condition here, should they choose to double down on that. It's early on in the draft yet, but keeping an eye out for the diversity that these comps can take is something that's going to lead both these teams into success. And us on the desk, give us a little bit more of a heads up. Oriana here definitely says team fight to me.
Yeah, Krakenstorm definitely invested into the team fight power you already talked about. Strong engage with Rakan, follow-up engage with the Shockwave. You put that on top of the Rakan as soon as he makes the grand entrance. Shockwave, super easy ball delivery system. On the other side, though, Infinity, they have strong single target lockdown, Dia. You've got the Assault and Battery from Vi. Leona can also follow up with all of her engaged. Pretty much, it's almost single target point and click. Solar Flare being the only considerable AoE stun, but it's super easy to follow up if you got a target that is locked down by the Enforcer Queen herself, aka Vi, and then, of course, Renekton just adds on top of it. But I'm now looking for some damage from Infinity because Kraken, they have strong team fighting power, but they already have damage. So now they need to lock this composition down with some strong frontliners. Since you have so much lockdown, you have to fear from the side of Infinity.
Absolutely. Krakenstorm needs somebody who can protect them a little bit, and at the same time, they need a source of AD as well. Right now, they're pretty AP heavy, and Infinity, if they choose to go a more bruisery route, could start to circumvent that by picking up some tank items, and of course, some actual dedicated tanks as well, if they really wanted to become immortal in this way. Krakenstorm do end up picking themselves a frontliner, and I say that with this Xin Zhao because he is deceptively tanky, especially with the Crescent Guard in the team fights that they're already building for.
This will indicate, though, to Infinity that if they pick any long-range champions, that somewhat gets soft countered by Xin Zhao because the Crescent Guard is going to block any damage coming outside of that circle zone. So I wouldn't be surprised if Infinity start going for more short-range characters, or even I wouldn't advocate for all melee characters. You got to have at least one consistent backliner, but as long as you're on top of Xin Zhao, okay, exactly what I'm thinking of. Twisted Fate, you can get decently in range of Xin Zhao. Even if you don't deal damage, you can lock him down with the gold card. And then, of course, Akshan is a character that is super exciting to watch because of the tempo plays that you can make with Infinity. Anytime you engage in a long, drawn-out fight and Akshan starts getting the revive resets, Infinity is back on the map before Krakenstorm, and they can immediately counter to take an objective after the skirmish or the fight.
Now, to round out their composition, Krakenstorm do end up picking up the Gary. It's not a hard counter to really the composition of Infinity. It just continues on what was already a strong suit for them. But Krakenstorm have lost one very important thing, and that's a little bit of tempo inside of this draft. I look across the last two picks of Infinity, and I see the Akshan and Twisted Fate, and I go, those are two picks that are inherently going to let you start to dictate the pace of the game. And it puts Krakenstorm a little bit on the back foot, at least initially. As a comp that wants to be team fighting, you're also the one that wants to be dictating where you are on the map, where your strong points are. But with something like a Twisted Fate split pushing, when you can't tell where Akshan is, you can very easily start being pulled into side lanes, and this strong team fight composition that you have can start to be torn apart little by little.
Yeah, Krakenstorm, what they have in excess is team fighting power and strong wave clear. However, the strong wave clear doesn't really come online until they've already have at least one or two items in their back pocket. Until then, the wave clear advantage definitely goes over to Infinity, and the roaming power that they have when you look at Twisted Fate, I mean, that name alone already speaks volumes about how much pressure you're going to have on the map anytime Destiny is available post level 5. But Akshan is also a character that can go invisible. He can camouflage and start roaming around on the map, and he's a character that is going to sync up greatly with Vi and Leona once they get out of the laning phase. And I imagine that against Corki Rakan into the bottom lane, Leona and Akshan are going to provide so much pressure. They're looking to just clear the wave ASAP with that Akshan ring. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name that. I was about to say come up.
It's some audacious boomerang name, isn't it?
Yeah. I was about to say the come up a ring. I was like, wait, come up is his ultimate name. Not quite there, but the point still stands. Infinity, they want to impact the map very heavily early on, and if they can get the tempo lead on their side and look to have a massive gold lead before the 10-minute mark, Krakenstorm, even if they get to the team fighting stage, which they will excel greater at on paper than Infinity, if they don't have the stats to match up to Infinity's, they will be outpaced.
You know, one of the things that you had mentioned actually before we popped onto this was this sort of idea of turning tempo not into necessarily kills, but just into gold across the map. Being able to use the strong wave clear that you have in bot lane to enable your Vi, who already is a very strong bruiser, and can actually go toe-to-toe with the Xin Zhao, especially with a little bit of support. You've got this sort of ability to use your jungler as a linchpin, as a strong point. And even though I see Infinity as a very strong top-side team, you just walk that Vi a little bit further down the river, and all of a sudden you do have this other win condition opening up to you. Infinity get the chance to show right here in this third qualifier that they can have a diversity of win cons as opposed to the strong side, top side that they showed us in qualifier 2. Maybe qualifier 3 is the time for them to come a little bit more online, a little bit more well-rounded. As we pop onto the Rift, we're going to get a chance to find out firsthand.
I think the biggest challenge for Krakenstorm Esports is going to be weathering the early game storm from Infinity. You already look at someone like Wizard and Yeso on this Vi and Leona combo. Anytime that Hunter and Wizard are pushing in this lane into Shinto and Sweet, that means that they have to be wary if a Vi is going to be coming to dive them, because Wizard can set it up, he'll have Aftershock, he can tank a couple turret hits if he's full HP as well. You aim for a squishy like Shinto Ryu or Sweet, and then from there, Infinity are going to have a massive advantage as long as Kraken Storm does not have a way to make sure that Camaro is on the same side of the map, protecting against aggressive dives.
Now, Infinity did something interesting there, or rather chose not to answer something interesting from Kraken Storm. A lot of the time, we will see things like the Renekton, especially roam into the mid lane, help Jhin get that early shove, but this time it didn't happen. It's actually Kraken Storm. They get that early little bit of pressure into the mid lane. It does ultimately still give quite a bit of vision over to Infinity as they get their own jungler, Yeso, roaming through to help them out on that front, but the vision and the pace at which that is set down is something that Kraken Storm are already putting effort into controlling, and we're going to get the chance to see if that pays off potentially now, as we've got a skirmish happening in the top side.
He's gonna burn flash, otherwise he's dead.
No, and Yeso was already here. Insane. One more auto would do it, and one more auto. It is first blood. Ends up going to Madalex.
That was nice patience from Yeso, just waiting for the moment for Insane to overcommit onto a trade there. And to credit to Insane, I don't think he was expecting Yeso's path to be on the top side of the map. However, there was a ward that spotted him out. We got more action, though.
It never stops here. Nice gold card comes through, stunning, sweet, but instead, it's Shinto that tries to pick up that last kill, but doesn't quite get the last hit. Starting to come through now, though. Kraken Storm do pick up 1, 2, and almost 3 kills as Wizard barely managed to escape with his life. They come out ahead in that play, but having lost in the top lane, it's really just an equalization.
Yeah, a little bit of an over-eager play from Infinity, though. Kraken Storm, knowing that Yeso just appeared on the top side of the map, knows that they could have a max 4 to what potentially would be 3 from Infinity. So they just take in confidence that they're going to have the numbers advantage into that fight. And Infinity, I think, being overzealous, yes, these are the plays you want to make, but you also have to be conscious about things like, hey, our jungler's not here on the side of the map, so we can't really expect to win the numbers advantage if we actually take this fight too deep into the jungle.
Yeah, as ever, Infinity are still playing very much for their top side and haven't really got the beef in the bot lane to change things around just yet, despite their early push. The numbers mean so much, and especially with such a relatively small map, and now that we've hit the level 5s, the Twisted Fate as well. Numbers advantages have to be the name of the game for Infinity, and they're going to be around this top side once more as the dive ends up going off just as the level 5 gets dinged.
I mean, do you see how much single target lockdown is available to the side of Infinity? I mean, I've got a feel for Insane because really, he is just hoping to coast by as much as he can and give up as little advantages over to the side of Infinity as possible. But if you're going to cling to your tower, not even the tower is going to save you when you've got Vi and Twisted Fate diving on top of a Renekton who is popping the Dominus to make sure he has the bonus HP to tank all those turret shots in the first place.
Now, all this has happened before the objectives even spawn. Infinity already have themselves a 2,000 gold lead, but there's a chance for Kraken Storm here to change the game. With their team fighting composition, they could find themselves some sort of pick or some sort of nice skirmish in the jungle right before this Drake ends up going off. As long as they don't get picked apart, Infinity already on the hunt. Wanted sweet there, couldn't quite get in range.
And I like the prioritization for Infinity to go for Rift Herald, something that we saw over at Horizon Cup. Rift Herald, now that you can get 2 of them in the same game, you can get so many resources, so much gold funneled into either one particular player or a group of players for the side of your team. A lot of the Chinese teams in Dakun Game and Thunder Talk use the Rift Herald to mainly funnel their jungler. Looks like they're going to try to break open the mid lane here, give them more access to the entire map.
This is the first big misstep as well from Kraken Storm, not attempting to even defend that mid lane tower. They're actually giving up quite a bit in top lane as well, as that ends up being the first tower to fall. Then you get the Rift Herald charge in mid lane. You're answering back, but you're answering back at a deficit. Getting the dragon was good, but sending 3 people bot lane and leaving your other towers defenseless puts you in a big economic hole, and that gold lead that Infinity had has jumped from 2,000 to 3,000 gold.
So Kraken are going to be a little bit more under pressure now that the fact that their jungle is easier to access and collapse through the fact that they don't have a turret protecting their middle lane control and priority anymore. But if you're Kraken, they didn't have first items to fight Infinity at that 4-man group in the mid lane. So even though it seems not ideal for Kraken to give up the mid lane turret without even fighting for it, they trade, but this is a huge pick.
Single target lockdown and single target damage. You said it yourself, Rafa, and it really does just keep coming to fruition. That was 3 pixels worth of a misstep, but Shinto pays for it with his life and hits the gray screen once more. Seems like Fleur may be joining him. If we take a look at the minimap, this Orianna is not looking happy.
Yeah, Camaro and Sweet are en route to try and collapse. Shinto's back up on the map again. He has package available. If Infinity had overcommitted to this dive, that could have been disastrous for them, as package is a great team fighting tool and can always turn around fights that look favorable for the enemy side. But now for Kraken, we have to go back to the fact that this is a team that will scale and have a more powerful team fighting composition. They just need to time to eclipse into the game, and if they can only give up minimal resources during that time, then maybe they can get there.
They can get kills back as well. It's big. Even that summoner spell is a win, as Jean, now denied the flash, has even less of that utility that comes with the Twisted Fate. So like you illustrated, Kraken Storm being able to hold on and even come out ahead in some small trades is going to be their recipe to success, as this team comp was built to do. They can play with even a small economic deficits here and there, just knowing that they've got that late game in their pocket and scaling up oh so slowly. It is excruciating at times, but the promise of greatness does come for them. And as of right now, Infinity really have no way to continue forward in the game until they get those next objectives up. So this is the best time to be a Kraken Storm player.
Yeah, you're just taken with grace every single wave that can come into you without a challenge from Infinity. They still have strong single target lockdown, so Kraken have to always be kind of conscious about something like Yeso and Wizard just walking around in the jungle, and they have to give up this turret, because if they were to give up anything more, such as a couple deaths, then this gives Infinity more time to pressure objectives. So Kraken Storm, they're just gracefully losing objectives and trying to minimize how much of a sacrifice they can do, as long as they are staying within somewhat of a gold deficit of Infinity and not letting the game blow out of proportion, then there's still a fighting chance for them past the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, that tempo advantage that we talked about Infinity having secured themselves in the draft is perfectly capitalized, but it is something that is also a necessary. It's a requirement for them to continue on in a pace that'll actually win them this game, because come the later stages, you really don't have the ability to just straight up win the 5v5 that will be happening, especially around these bigger objectives. However, with just 10 seconds left until Rift Herald, that seems to be the next priority target for Infinity, and I don't think Kraken Storm can fight them just yet either. First items have come in for a few members, but as of right now, you gotta head for the hills.
Might try.
Now, Insane stunned up in the jungle, is barely alive, gets that cargo still played off, but finally goes down, and the damage from Infinity is just too much. They hop over walls into your face, taking down one by one the members of Kraken Storm and leaving them 3 members weaker.
Yo, Wizard is actually the MVP of that fight. I know there's a lot of commotion going on in the front line of the fight, but Wizard saw both Camaro and Shinto over the wall on the red buff. They're ready to re-engage and try to pull a little electric boogaloo over the side of Infinity, but he stunned them up with the solar flare, immediately goes over the wall with the Zenith Blade, and by just ceasing Shinto to no point where he could actually contribute to the fight, there is no way that Kraken Storm could turn that fight around, because he is going to be one of the major damage sources dealers there, and even though it's just an Essence Reaver Corki, it's still a considerable amount of damage you have to consider, but it was completely negated, that fight.
Yeah, the biggest part of it is that it is consistent damage that he's able to lay out, but that only starts once he can actually get involved in the fight, and Wizard recognizing that not only keeps him at bay, but now keeps Infinity in the driver's seat to the tune of almost 10,000 gold at this point. It's only 10 minutes into the game, but with this next dragon calling Infinity's name, Kraken Storm may opt into a fight that they have no chance of winning here. Insane's taken to the front line, and Infinity are ready for a fight. I don't think that you were really meant to opt into this.
Kraken Storm, I mean, we don't even have to call the fight, Dia, because it's already over. Infinity take the dragon, they take a couple kills for free as well, and I think Kraken Storm are being played by a little bit of indecision right now, because they are at the point where they are just a few more minutes away from being able to hit power spikes where they are strong team fighters, but Infinity are getting so much of an advantage on the map that they're panicking. They're like, okay, how much can we really give up? Is this okay? And right now, they're at a numbers disadvantage, and this allows Infinity to just dive them at will.
Giving up a lot more than they bargained for already, though they have answered back. Infinity going relatively low right now. Insane may be able to clean up a few kills. Siever can only get that ultimate off. It's not quite enough, but Hunter does eventually go down.
Camaro?
Krakenstorm trying to dance around in this backline. Camaro staying alive.
Oh,
With
he's
that Carlos
alive.
don't play it as well. Does secure his team a few more kills. Jason wants to answer back, and he gets himself a triple. Thinking about a run if he can turn around onto floor, but oh lord, the Orianna does end up clapping back. Unfortunately, Wizard will take him down for his sins. Does have the Zenith Blade available as well to lock him down a little bit more. It's this Leona against the world, and Infinity lay down one more member of Krakenstorm.
Oh, I love this game so much, Dia. This is the point of the game where Krakenstorm, they're 10,000, 11,000 gold down, so they're like, okay, guys, we have to start fighting. We have to start trading up because that's the only way we're going to come back in this game. The game has been blown up too large by Infinity successfully, and so now Krakenstorm can no longer just be on the passive side of things. They have to now start forcing fights because at this point, Infinity, they're able to, as long as they have the numbers advantage, Infinity will just be able to stack check Krakenstorm in every single fight. It will be imperative that Krakenstorm can find a pick, or if they can find some chain crowd control effect onto some of the carries of Infinity, mainly looking at this front line in Yeso and Madalex because they are very fed right now.
I am loving the energy coming from Sweet, though. As soon as you noted that Krakenstorm wanted to find Engage, Sweet was the one that was on that, trying to find Engages in the mid lane, moving up to the top side to try and find Madalex, and though it hasn't resulted in too much just yet, this is the Rakan energy that I really enjoy seeing, and the thing that might bring Krakenstorm back into the game, if anything can at this point. Insane, however, cannot afford to act like they've come back into the game already. He's got to retreat right back into his base because Infinity own your jungle.
And they're gonna do the Fnatic Death Brush. They're just waiting.
Oh my god, they found Sweet. Oh no, there we go. He gets out alive. Ooh, lord. If that guy goes down, you just can't engage. There's nothing Krakenstorm can do. He's their go button.
And in many ways, it's also their main disengage button. Otherwise, you're hoping on a pivotal shockwave to catch them in the... Oh, beautiful Solar Flare!
What an amazing start. A 3-man stun into the big knockups. But it hasn't been one yet. We do get a kill back, and Hunter ends up clapping as well. Insane already answering with the 1-for-2. Does get something, but does not get the chance to save his inhibitor tower in the mid lane. Infinity secure themselves a permanent advantage.
That was sick. I don't even know what else I can say about that. And when you look at Krakenstorm, you look at the re-engage that they had, the grand entrance on top of the quickness charm, even the shockwave was so good. It was a 4-man shockwave, but because they're so far behind, like, it just doesn't deal as much damage as you would hope it would be, just because of the level difference, the overall stat difference that Infinity have an advantage against Krakenstorm. If they can continue making plays like that and Krakenstorm are not giving up any further structures, then there's a way back into the game. But I'm thinking the next fight is going to end up either giving Infinity the Baron and then they end the game, or they just end the game after the next one.
I almost feel like Baron at this point could be a little bit more risky for Infinity than anything, especially because of that big shockwave that we've got, and the fact that Baron softens you up quite a bit, but having secured some nice vision supremacy, pushed Krakenstorm out of the jungle, they're going to take that risk and start it up. This could go very wrong very quickly.
Yeah.
They've got that TF split pushing, and Floor's just arrived. What's going to happen here?
Okay, well, they might back off of the Baron right now. Yeso secures the Baron, but watch the bot lane here, Dia, because Gene has no one answering him, and he could just end the game.
Yeah, the game's just over right now already. The Nexus under fire, and though you answer back, Krakenstorm could not weather Infinity. What an amazing series of plays from Infinity there. It felt like the game just never really left their control. Krakenstorm had the chance to try and come back, and realistically, they had some really nice attempts at plays to get them back into the game, but their late game scaling composition just didn't give them any autonomy.
Yeah, it's just one of the things that we learned about over at Horizon Cup. Sometimes teams that when they play for late game scaling, team fighting oriented compositions, they need an early bridge, or they need better ways of being able to mitigate a lot of the early tempo plays that the enemy team will try to make. We saw one. You know, and that seemed to be more of a coincidence of Infinity overestimating their power and taking on a 3-on-4 versus Kraken. And I respected a lot of what Kraken were trying to do with the objectives trades. Yes, they knew that they weren't going to be able to answer the mid turret back, so they got the bottom lane turret on the dragon side of the map. But then afterwards, it's the single target lockdown that we alluded to at the beginning of the draft, where if you step up 1 pixel too close to any of the bushes, and if you've got 2-3 members from Infinity just sitting there, it's lights out for that unfortunate soul that's just walked too close, man.
Yeah, Kraken actually started off the game really well. I mean, we mentioned that mid lane push that they had, getting themselves a little bit of vision priority, but that emphasis on vision that would have saved them a lot of that single target damage kind of started to lapse as there were holes in the ship, as Insane started to go down in the top lane, and as all of a sudden that mid lane tower disappeared, the fundamentals started being whittled away by Krakenstorm, and Infinity really just did dismantle them in that entire game. It was really amazing to see, and now we get to see Infinity continue forward in this third qualifier. We're going to get the chance to see how far they can go, but first, we're going to take a short break and then come back for our second matchup of the day. Oh,
no break.
Never mind.
Full train. We're not pumping the brakes anytime soon, Dia. We're just going straight into the next game because that's how fast these games are. That's how pumped we are for all these games.
Ooh.
So...
that kind of stuff catches. That was, Lord.
Threw you a fast
the
one.
Camera, yeah. Hey,
there's no stopping this train, Dia. You think you get a break in the Wild Rift scene? Hell no. You better be all aboard the hype train, baby. Or we're going full speed.
Just as fast paced as these games. We're gonna get a chance to take a look at the leaderboard, though, the one that we alluded to right before we popped into that game, the one that tells you how close everybody is to making it into the playoffs. And Immortals, with their 2 back-to-back wins at Qualifier 1 and 2, they stand at the top of the mountain with 30 points.
Dude, Immortals kind of built different these past 2 qualifiers, man. I'm still waiting to see if the boys in Cloud9, Chonk Chortle, or Sentinels from we've seen them over the course of NA Summoner Series, if they'll rise and answer back. Because Immortals have had like a really cool journey over the course of the Summoner Series where they started out as maybe like a top 3, top 4 team, but by the end, they beat Enemy and they cemented themselves as a top 2 team in North America.
Yeah, well, I mean, my interest really lies around the sort of Chonk Chortle C9 storyline as well, especially because they've sort of traded off places, second in one qualifier, third in another, and they both have very similar play styles, and I say that mostly because they're both focused around the jungler, but in very different ways. Black Camel ends up really being the go button for his team, whereas Tarzan is the center point of the team, but we're going to get a chance to get to that a little bit later. We're popping into Naguara versus 7 p.m. PST scrims, and, well, just to jump from Infinity to Naguara is kind of a poetic journey.
Naguara being the other Latin team representative, if I'm not mistaken, at least from the top 8 that we have had consistently over the past couple of qualifiers. I want to point out that not only we've had... of course, the Riven lock-in is very exciting. Riven was a bonkers champion for the past few weeks, not only in Horizon Cup, but a lot of NA players are starting to realize, never mind, that's the most exciting pick right now. We're looking at the Zed. Zed's poggers. Guys, just focus the camera on Zed the entire game. I don't want to see anything else, man. Zed is so cool.
I think we saw one Zed in the first day on the second qualifier, and it just popped off. Zed, when he's thrown into a game of Wild Rift, is just the biggest X factor, and like you say, it really pulls a lot of attention as well, because otherwise I would definitely be talking about this Varus Nami, a lane dominant bot lane that is from quite early on. It seems like 7 p.m. PST are really just throwing down into the first couple minutes of the game and going, you don't get the chance to play Naguara, we're gonna run the Rift, and we're gonna see if we can win in that time.
You know, just to spite 7 p.m. PST, I'm going to refer to them as 8 p.m. Mountain Time scrims, because that's my time zone. Or we can just say 10 p.m. Eastern Time Zone, you know, not... But for Jarvan locking in alongside the composition that the 7 p.m.ers have already gotten themselves, you have Zed, who's going to be a powerful split pusher and is a scaling assassin. The later the game goes on, there will never be a target that he cannot successfully assassinate unless they have Stasis. Now, Stasis is going to be a premium for Naguara here. Everyone if you don't want to die this game, you better rush it, because otherwise Zed will be able to blink to you and then just take you out. Naguara needs to also have a split pusher that is ready to answer the Zed in the side lane. This Riven more than likely can do it if it's going to go to Naguara's jungler, and then they just need to take the side lane farm. But then I want to see a... Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, we could go. We could do Akshan. Akshan's fine.
Okay, well, you were going to say you wanted to see what? What is Akshan fulfilling for you? Is it an assassin? Is it a roamer? What's the...
Yeah. So you need some early game pressure from Naguara, because already with Ziggs, if you're trying to match up against the Zed, Zed can take advantage of Ziggs during the early laning phase. And so either... If you plan on actually putting the Ziggs against the Zed, then you need someone that is going to be able to roam and help the Ziggs during the early laning phase. Riven can scrap early on, but Riven Ziggs versus Zed Jarvan is a very scary 2v2, because Jarvan has a lot of powerful CC that he can land on Ziggs, who is fairly immobile without satchel charge or flash. But my prediction is that Naguara is going to actually send Ziggs into the bottom lane with Alistar, and they're going to send the Akshan mid lane, so that the Zed doesn't have as easy of a time to try and take advantage of the Ziggs.
Yeah, Akshan can definitely lay down a lot of roams from the mid lane as well. I'd like to see something like you're alluding to give Naguara a little bit more wiggle room, at least in that earlier stage of the game, when they're just looking for pressure, looking for the small edges here and there. When it does get to the later game, though, you alluded to the fact that this Zed is going to be immensely powerful, but realistically, when I'm looking at this composition, he does seem like the crown jewel of it. Varus is going to be putting down a lot of early pressure, and it's going to be playing a sort of supportive role in the damage. However, the composition really is going to succeed or fail by 7 p.m. at PST, 3 a.m. GMT is mid laner, and that's really the thing that is going to pull them together. Or sometimes, if you are getting caught out by something like an Alistar, locked down by something like a Riven, executed by something like a Darius, could be your downfall.
Yeah, Dia just laying down every single time zone so that everyone around the world can see when this team would succeed or fail. So
if you want to scrim them, like, you have to know. It's
trying to get global pressure and eyes on these guys. But I've never heard of this team before, and I think that's the exciting thing about these qualifiers for Rift Masters, because you get a lot of new teams coming into play, and this could potentially be the rising of some new stars. And if you're playing something like Zed, you're speaking, in our language with a lot of cojones, man. You're talking a lot of, trash, saying like, yo, I'm good enough to pilot a champion like Zed and win, because Zed is not a champion that doesn't really excel in team fights or has a lot of utility. It is more so about, hey, if I've got hands, or if I got thumbs and fingers in this case, I will solo carry this game.
Yeah, that is the position that you're putting yourself in, and 7 p.m. PST have got to be believing in their mid laner. And on the other side of this, one of the things that I wanted to illustrate about Naguara is sort of the shift that I dare say I wasn't expecting, but was hoping for from them. After falling to Infinity last week, I was hoping that they would give us a little bit of something different, where they tried to play a very bot lane centric composition, and this time they have in fact departed from that, especially when I'm thinking about the Darius and how he's going to end up fitting into this comp and this game plan overall.
Wait, I recognize some of these players. Yeah, California. I've seen him. If I'm not mistaken, there was a roster. I think he was playing on a roster with Premonition during the Summoner Series, one of the last teams that qualified for, or through the last chance qualifier that we had for the playoffs. ASMR, I know him on Twitter. Cool dude. I haven't seen his gameplay before, and I also recognize Lightning T and Wee. So now my question is, I don't recognize the mid laner, but we did have a mid laner that also had similar characters. If I could read Mandarin, then this would be a lot easier. But
this would be a cinch, yeah.
Yeah. But I wonder if this is Bubble Tea. There was a player that had like a Mandarin name, and they were super good in the mid lane. Oh, early ignite from ASMR.
Does keep with death on the back foot. Interestingly enough, a different addition to Naguara than what they had last week as well. So possibly the herald of their change up in style, especially on something like the Darius, can be kind of a calling card for a player. So we're going to get the chance to see how he performs on that. For right now, I just wanted to say I'm kind of down to call the mid laner Bubbles. I'm down. Zed and Bubbles seems like a nice, cute sort of midway, especially if it's a little bit unconfirmed.
Well, I don't want to attribute a false player to another player and then have like a little bit of a identity theft going on. This
We can call him Bub.
Call him Bub? I'm down with calling him Zed. You know what?
Okay, fine.
If you're picking Zed, you are Zed. You know.
I like it. I'll go with it. I'll go with it for now. We have no name other than Zed, but you know what? For it Ninja, it is pretty darn apt. And hey, he's been doing his job pretty darn nicely as well. Laying down the push inside of the mid lane, and honestly, keeping Sirius on the back foot, which is going to be the job of the Zed, and now he ends up getting the chance to roam. It's applying map-wide pressure, despite the fact that he's not even making his way all the way into the Dragon lane.
Yeah, and it's because he wants to get an item power spike here. Thought he would be going for the Dirk to have a little bit more armor penetration up his alley. It gives a little bit more... I keep on saying lethality, just almost speaking in like Hearthstone or card game terms, like, oh, can you spot lethal here? But in this case, you know, it's just the ability to easily execute someone at a certain HP threshold. Right now, once he gets to level 5, I don't think he can take out Sirius or Jack Locky from full HP, but if he can land a decent full combo on them beforehand, get them chunked past the 60% HP mark, then you can go in once again and look for the killing blow.
I mean, one of the other excellent things that it's providing to him as he takes yet another recall is that chance to pop in and clear out that mid lane wave with the enhanced cooldown reduction that the Caulfields is giving him. So a little bit more map pressure does get gotten, and again, he gets the chance to reset, not missing anything, and now doubling down on that power spike around the level 5 mark, where you can look to execute Sirius, especially if you get a little bit of help from your Jarvan. We talked about this 2v2 being very scary earlier, and that stays true even once the ultimates get gotten by everybody on the map. With Naguara having a pretty slow early game, this is still something they've got to be wary of, because it sort of harkens back to last game and the lockdown and then damage that can come in to completely change a game.
Now, take notice here, Jack Locky burned Flash recently. We didn't see what happened necessarily on screen if his life was in danger, but the fact that he doesn't have summoner or one summoner down means that besides barrier, he doesn't have many tools to help him in a very sticky situation. ASMR getting poked out with the comeuppance as Naguara prioritizing the Rift Herald, whereas 7 PM scrims are going to lock down the first dragon of the game.
One of the things that I'm really liking about the way that 7 PM scrims are playing as well is that for a team that we really didn't know too much about going into today, they're definitely impressing with the way in which they're managing their map pressure. Their focus on wave clear has already gotten them a gold lead, and it's one that this Rift Herald and one that this tower pressure is only equalizing at the moment. Naguara coming back from the deficit that 7 PM PST scrims put them in during the early game, and ooh, even that doesn't quite do it, as the turrets at least get answered one for one.
It's just character difference right there. When you have Darius, Riven, and Akshan, who are all heavy physical damage dealers, versus Nami, Varus, and Jarvan, even with the attack speed buff that you get from California's Demacian Standard, Nami is just not going to do as much damage to the turret structures, even though that they had like a solid 3-second advantage to hitting the turret first. You know, just credits to With Death using all of his tools. He had used the ultimate and force ASMR out, even though he didn't get a summoner advantage out of it, using the pressure to force him off and making it dangerous for him to be there. Uh-oh. This is bad.
Gotta close him on Arvo, instantly forces the flash. Not a whole lot of dashes on Alistar when it comes to getting out, so has to invest that one. Now a little bit less utility, a little bit less ability to find the aggressive engages, especially onto something like the Varus or onto the especially hyper-mobile Zed in that mid-game. No fights, though, really coming through either way. That's sort of the first hint of action that we've gotten between these two teams. As for right now, it seems like everybody's pretty comfortable with trading things away. 7 p.m. PST are happy to get as many advantages as they can with their early game composition, and Naguara, on the other side, are very happy with just waiting until the late game when they really come online.
The comeuppance! Big Infernal Bomb! Oh, Death Mark onto Zing. He flashes away, though.
Gonna get Zed popping right back in. Does jump onto Arvo, though, and secures his own team first blood with the help of ASMR. Now with Li Zing jumping away on the Riven. The push in the mid lane belongs to 7 p.m. PST. I'm not going to be able to get too much for it, though, as the wave clear answering back, especially from the Ziggs, Akshan, and Darius, is definitely enough to melt away that wave and really mitigate any punishment that could have come through from that single pick. Now just 1,000 gold in the favor of 7 p.m. PST. And, well, now a kill, even.
Yeah, Sirius found a sneaky assassination onto California. I didn't get a chance to see what happened there, but he burned both summoner spells, so I imagine that must have just caught California out of rotation while Cataclysm was down. Did have Flash available, but maybe he just overestimated his abilities to survive the burst. Sirius is... I don't want to say he's not that threatening, but he's getting quite strong. Essence Reaver online.
We'll keep an eye out for him, especially once he gets the chance to join up for a little bit of fighting. Arvo's thinking about fighting. Speaking of, with the Dead Man's Plate complete, this is a very zooming Alistair across the map, and quite tanky as well, especially with the ultimate very much online in just a few seconds. It'll give him the ability to tank with his face anything that he would really like. In the meantime, Sirius cleaning up the farm in the side lane is giving him a lot of ability to really stack up to that assassination potential that might be able to equalize with the Zed. We already saw it come through on California. He's got that additional kill, and he can start to become the gem of his team as well, since Jack Locky is really going to be the one laying down the consistent damage in these fights, but it's not going to be affected by how fed he is, really. As long as Ziggs isn't ridiculously behind, that Mega Inferno Bomb is coming through no matter what, and it's going to do around the same amount of damage. It's really around this Akshan that things can start to swing.
Yeah, Ziggs does so much damage in the late game. It doesn't matter how far behind you are. As long as you're getting some ounces of gold available, Ziggs will always be relevant, both in utility and damage. You know, My field is such a powerful ability in this game, especially when the choke points are so small. You cannot walk through them without a Jack Locky just being able to block you off. Zing trying to start up this dragon, and we have Zed on the other side of the map trying to deter him from starting it up. Definitely going to be a fight erupting.
We're just going in here. Can you even assassinate Zing right now? Wasn't enough damage. He saw coming through, says that it was not, but Zed flashes in to secure that kill and gets the dragon as well. 7 p.m. PST. Get away with murder, the Rift Herald, the dragon, everything they could ever want.
All right, Zed, that was pretty slick. He single-handedly zoned off most of the other members from Naguara, killed Zing, stole the dragon. I mean, this is everything you want from a Zed already, and he's not even at the point yet where he's side lane. Well, he is side laning, but he's not like constantly killing someone in that laning phase. Zing is going to have to answer him now, but notice that both him and With Death have opted in for proto belts because they believe they're going to have enough stats in their item builds, which is going to make them super durable. Black Cleaver and Death Stance will be coming in for Zing. With Death has this Dead Man's Plate, probably a Force of Nature, if I'm not mistaken, just to make him just super fast so that he can always look for engage plays with this proto belt into Apprehend. But yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, this Zed, if he pulls off something like that again, consistently for the rest of the game, I am very hopeful about a 7 p.m. Scrim win.
Absolutely. I mean, even to do it once, that kind of play is really impressive stuff and changes the way that we see a player and then a win condition as well. When I was hedging my bets inside of the draft phase, I was worried that we wouldn't actually get a Zed that could perform inside of the team fights. Instead, it's a Zed that's basically 1v4ing the team fights, and that's the really crazy thing. Naguara have to adapt very quickly, and their synergy should allow them to do so. Remember, these guys practice together a lot, and yes, they've changed up their style, but as a professional level team, I would say that they're expected to be able to adapt intra-fight, and the rest of 7 p.m. PST scrims are going to have to start applying pressure equal or greater to that of their Zed to assist him inside of these team fights, because Naguara should not let something like that happen again.
Zed's only real concern is if there's a bunch of crowd control stacked on top of him, and then the burst comes through and he doesn't stasis it in time, which is why he rushed it in the first place. If he can stasis off of the Mega Inferno Bomb, if he ever gets locked up by a Alistar combo or even a Riven mini CC combo. He's looking for Zing right now.
This is the stuff I like. Watching the dance in this side lane. The side lane determines a lot right now, because if you're able to solo kill somebody as the Zed, if you're able to solo kill just even the Riven, you can probably do it to With Death. You could probably do it to Series. You could probably do it to Jack Locky, and from then, you're pulling a lot of pressure down, as even now, pressure, definitely what the game is made up in this top side. ASMR eats a lot of damage, but the counter engage comes right back down, and now California's jumping in, laying down a 3-man Cataclysm. No kills go down in all of that.
Well, Zed is coming. He's in hot pursuit. He's rotating, and Zing can't match him. He doesn't have teleport. He's going to look to just trade turrets, but if Zed finds someone is going to die.
God, ASMR is so ridiculously fast. Chase down under the tier 2 tower.
Goodness.
Arvo's going to go down here. I think the death mark is enough in the execute. Comes through with Series jumping a little bit too far forward. He's forced to stasis, and With Death is going to try and answer back. But it's on California, who has the Guardian Angel. Instead, it is With Death that goes down. 7 p.m. PST are dancing around Naguara.
And Zed is going to get the recall off, but 7 p.m. scrims, man. They ran down the 4-man core of Naguara. They bought enough time for Zed to get there and pick off another primary target. And during this time, Naguara were trying to potentially stall to allow Zing to get a lot more resources in the side lane. And he's able to catch up to, I think he got about 1,000 worth of gold, going from 8,000 to 9,600, so maybe even 1,500 more. But Zed shows up, gets 2 kills, and he's still at 10k. So, hopefully for Naguara, this trade pays off, because Riven can get super scary in these team fights, but they have to play around it.
This is a good pick, though. If you can lay down the hurt on ASMR, if you can stack up those Darius passives, you're going to be okay. But with Death flashing away and Serious now in the front line, you were anything but jumping forward. ASMR executes the win condition, the consistent damage of Naguara. And 7 p.m. PST once again find their way into a team fight dub, securing themselves not just the kill, but the Infernal Dragon that follows.
Zed, beautiful stasis. He doesn't have death mark anymore.
He's got it. Go for it. Go for it, Zed. With death. So ridiculously low right now. No ultimate, though, on this Zed. ASMR is still dancing around as well. And he's got the damage with Wii coming in. It's going to be the execution on With Death once more. Jack Locky trapped in here with the Garen. No way to survive that. And while all that was going down, so did the Infernal Dragon.
Dude, 7 p.m. scrims are just running loops around Naguara right now. They drew so many people over to the side of Zed while he was splitting, forced a 1v3 onto him, and then he gets out, brings over ASMR so that he can deal with the remaining crew factors, and then California Lightning T are just casually finishing Dragon. It's like, all right, guys, you guys good? Yeah? All right, we're doing the Dragon over here, so just don't overextend. It's like, all right, cool. And everyone's on the same page about it. 7 p.m. scrims, they have a beautifully shared vision throughout the entire game so far. And Naguara, while they have been trying to funnel resources into Zing, he does have the most gold for his team right now. They have not been able to find a successful fight where Zing gets the shine, where he finds Lightning T in the background, or he can't just chew through the front line. Oh no.
Oh god, it is just a symbol of things to come. And like you say, with the fact that Lee Zing has not been the focus, and instead the focus has been on this Zed, who just found yet another assassination, has been on Arvo, who was engaging without Lee Zing just there. It's problematic, but now Riven's time to shine, unfortunately. It's also the time to retreat as Lightning ends up laying down a bunch of damage, but not quite getting those last couple autos. Will the slows be enough? Holy lord! Even the piercing arrow just taking you down to sub 100 HP does send Leasing back to base, but more importantly, gets 7 p.m. PST scrims their first inhibitor tower of the game in the Dragon Lane.
There were solo kills across every single lane here, Dia. 7 p.m. scrims are taking every single turret. They've already taken the inhibitor turret from the Dragon Lane. They're going to get it from the mid lane as well. We haven't engaged, though.
Oh god, Lee Zing, though, he's the one that starts it off. He absorbs so much damage and he just can't survive it. It isn't what the Riven is built for. It's not what Naguara can help you with, and now it just turns even to more of the base being torn apart. As this last inhibitor tower is going to fall, so will the Nexus if you're not careful. ASMR's already gone down, though. That could be the first brick that pushes 7 p.m. PST back until another day. Wee is trying to get out on the Nami, but he gets pulled back in by the Apran, and he's going to be executed in the arms of Naguara.
All right, Weed does go down for 7 p.m. scrims as a sacrifice. Naguara will take it happily. However, what is not happy for them is they've lost every single inhibitor turret. Their base is completely naked and exposed, just like me at prom night, moving past 7 p.m. scrims. It was a dark time, Dia. We don't, you know, it happens. You know,
we had different problems. I like it. I like it. Here's a sort of a carry vibe to it. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh lord.
Oh jeez. You know what? Zed is just going to do Zed things. He's already forced with Death's Hand to try and protect Jack Locky from just getting absolutely 100-0 by the Zed.
Oh god, but with Death, as he stepped too far forward, has to flash over the wall, does Lightning to save his life, but with Death barely hangs on to his for a little while longer. Mega Inferno Bomb gets utilized as ASMR looks for another pseudo-soft engage, but it's California that lays down the hard one as he finds Sirius, locks him in, forces the stasis, and ultimately just delays his death. It is a massive game from 7 p.m. PST scrims, the likes of which I have not seen in a long time.
Yeah, 7 p.m. PST scrims. I mean, this composition was all about if the Zed could inflict and take over the game, and rightfully he did, and which just means that the rest of 7 PST scrims, they can deal with the whatever Naguara has to dish out. They have the crowd control to assist and make these plays happen and create space and opportunities, and rightfully so, 7 p.m. scrims, they take the game.
All right, well, put it in your calendar, folks, because if you are a pro level team looking for some really exciting competitive experience, 7 p.m. PST scrims seem like they're willing to give it to you. Unfortunately enough, they've already given you their schedule. So we're going to keep a lookout for this team, as right now it was really an academic closeout, but it definitely did start with that big catalyst to their mid laner. That Zed was massive, and it really does harken back and stem from the way that dragon fight went.
Don't mind me. I'm just I'm writing in my notepad right now. I'm trying to look at my calendar schedule to see if I can make some time for 7 p.m. PST. So that's 8 p.m. my time.
Yeah, to 10 p.m. EST, 3 a.m. GMT, and any other time zones that I'm missing? I feel like from GMT you can convert to most things.
Yeah, I mean, if EU wants to scrim against us, they're like 7 hours ahead, I think. So, that puts it at 3 a.m. Europe time. This is really important. I'm sorry.
It is. I absolutely agree with you, and I want to help you. And you know what? I think that the best way that I can help you and everyone is by breaking that game down a little bit more, because of course, we had our Zed really popping off. The rest of the team did end up coming back in, and I was also really impressed by the play out of the bot lane, actually ending up having quite a lot of utility on the Varus to stifle what were a lot of really potent engages from Arvo. When I was looking at Naguara today, I was hoping for them to have some strong side, top side plays, but what I really came away impressed by was the way that their Alistar was performing.
Yeah, the Alistar had promising potential. I mean, anytime that you're able to get Dead Man's Plate and then Protobelt, I mean, you have potency for powerful engages, but it was the disengage options from California's Cataclysm, using it to separate members and lock people down within the terrain that they just couldn't escape or operate out of. And then even Chain of Corruptions and Tidal Waves are great ways to push people back.
And really those team fight separators did doom Nagwara in a lot of scenarios. However, before we get the chance to pop into our next game, this time, Rafa, we're going to take a very short break. We'll be right back with your third match of the qualifiers here in the third qualifiers over at RiftMasters.
Anything just to block out the real life, real life. Yeah, we're loving the way they think we're so messed up. Even if what we're doing is bad, there's so many emotions. Sharing stories that we never had, yeah, none is real. I think we're searching for reasons not to be like them. We fly around like paper planes, they never know where we will fall. Nobody can
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It is Qualifier numero 3 here at RiftMSTRS, and well, we've already had 2 banger games, and we started off pretty darn strong with a game from Infinity, popped over to their Latin American partners Naguara, but the games went very, very differently, with Infinity having a pretty big, nice time controlling the game very well. Naguara sort of popping away, but now we pop over into NA with Cloud9. They're very completed draft going up against Time to Pick. So let's break this draft down.
I mean, Time to Picks. we got the Zed again. We got Fiora, and you have a strong team fighting 3-man core between Jarvan and Galio and Corki. So you can have this 3-man core just sit mid, and anytime that Cloud9 wants to engage or is a little too far extended out, and you can immediately take one off the map to create yourself a numbers advantage for the next 30-40 seconds past the mid-game point, then that opens up opportunities for your powerful solo laners in Zed and Fiora to continuously split and apply pressure to the side turrets and to the side lanes, and you can always collapse into the jungle from there. But Cloud9, this is something that we've talked about before, Dia. When we saw the Horizon Cup, a jungle funnel resource meta with Hueba from Dakun Gaming kind of headlining that, we already knew that Tarzan from Cloud9 would have fully embraced that because he was playing Graves before any other person was playing Graves at the time. He brought and forced Graves into the NA meta, and now he gets to kind of sit back and see, I told you guys Graves is going to be good. And now it's one of the best jungle picks for someone that is more of a carry-oriented player like Tarzan.
Oh my god, Tarzan certainly is. I remember we were talking about Cloud9 earlier, and we were sort of comparing them to Chonk Chortle in the way that they play the game. Chonk Chortle sort of use their jungler as enabler, and Cloud9 use it as their centerpiece. This is the guy that is going to 1v9 you, and the Graves really does support that playstyle, although I'm very, very scared of seeing it into something like the Zed, who can get on top of you rather easily, and even if he doesn't kill you, can force you onto the retreat as the Graves, onto the back foot, keeping a lot of the damage that C9 have at bay, which is why I really like the fact that they've got 3 other big damage sources to beef that up, with Zello in the top lane on the Camille, Meals in the mid lane on the Akali, and Jackie supporting it all on this Senna.
It looks like we don't have Griff for Cloud9's roster today. I'm not sure if Griff is just not available, but they are putting Jackie back into the Dragon Lane role, which used to be their primary role when Charm used to be on this roster before he swapped over to Immortals. But now, back in the Dragon Lane, and we have Aoki. And I've seen this person on Twitter as well. I haven't seen their gameplay yet, but, whether this is a sub or a temporary player for the Cloud9 roster and organization. If you perform well enough, then you might consider, being picked up as your go-to sub player for the rest of Cloud9 whenever they participate in other tournaments or events.
This is definitely a big showing that you could have here. We'll see if Aoki is able to find some nice casks, split up the team fight from Time to Pick. As of right now, C9 are doing a pretty good job of splitting the map. They get that initial push in the mid lane at the 1-minute mark, and their side lanes are going pretty darn well at the same time. So map control definitely in their favor, and for Time to Pick, they've got to find some sort of way to answer this back. Of course, Scuttlecrap is going to be the desired option right now, but even Zello is roaming over, seeing if he can find an overzealous jungler. As of right now, No Smite is going to be able to, even with No Smite, secure the Scuttle.
Yeah, Zello had the wave priority.
He used Smite! What's wrong with him?
Zello had the wave priority, so he was able to walk in over and just poke his head through, but we knew that Tarzan had already committed to the Scuttlecrab closer to the Dragon Lane. He's going to invade and start taking most of these camps in the blue quadrant over on Time to Pick side of the jungle, whereas No Smite is doing the same thing, but just a little bit slower because Jarvan's clear speed versus Graves does lack just a little bit, and now they're prepping for a dive.
Looks like it should be pretty easy to execute as well, although 2 initial tank shots are tanked. Aoki is getting a big knock-up, and ultimately given that first blood over to his team, although they do get answered back on with Cairo picking up a kill in what was a 4v2. I'd say that's a pretty nice result for Time to Pick, all things considered.
Yeah, considering that 4 members committed, Zello in a 1v1 with David, unfortunately does not have enough damage to take him out, and I have to say, David, not using the flash or the ignite, just very confident that, you know what, Zello doesn't have enough damage right now to take me down. He's going to hold on and have that summoner advantage next time they go for a 1v1, and David will have ultimate advantage as well, so it can always just initiate the grand challenge as soon as he finds Zello overcommitting with a hookshot. But for that 4-man play, Cloud9, it was a beautiful engage from Aoki with the body slam flash landing on the 2 people.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, it only just nets 1 kill, and it's just a trade back and forth. So not the most ideal for Cloud9, but I like the moves.
And the tempo does stay in their advantage, which is nice. They get that initial back onto Jackie as well. And with Zello rotating down to this lane, this is something I would say a little bit unusual. There's a switch up in the priority here, and I expect this to be a very focused Rift Herald play for Cloud9, given the fact that they've moved their Baron laner all the way down south.
Swapping it on over. And it does mean that they are prioritizing the Rift Herald so that they can secure this objective, ideally farm, funnel more resources into Tarzan. Currently, the richest player right now is actually Jackie. Black Cleaver already completed and just 400 shy of 4,000, which means that they'll also be able to have tier 2 boots as well. But it's going to have to answer this Fiora, and David can be scary if the Grand Challenge is initiated.
David is already scaring me because I know now, especially based on what happened in the top lane previously, that if he goes aggressive, it's because he knows he can win. There's no question in this guy's mind about the damage numbers of him and his opponent. And so right now, this team fight is going to be heavily determined based on that, with Zello, Meals, and Tarzan already hanging out around this Rift Herald, with the ult already having gone down from David. Has he missed position? Great riposte, buys in time, but not nearly enough, as Meals claims that first kill of the team fight. Jackie lays down the shielding for his team, but Silence ends up clapping back onto Meals. Now involving himself on the Zed, he leaves Cairo to die, and ultimately with a nice shot on the Graves, collateral damage from Tarzan picks up yet another.
Yeah, Cloud9 were such in a great spot once they isolated David into that choke point. Beautifully done by Aoki. The explosive cast catching David off guard and giving no time for Time to Pick to be able to assist and save and salvage their Baron laner. The part of the fight where it looked kind of potentially winnable for Time to Pick was a great package by Kairos. It separated Meals from the rest of Cloud9's roster, very similar to how David was isolated, but Cloud9 were able to push through the choke point despite the package laid down and burning them all to a crisp, and a couple of nice shots from Tarzan to be able to pick up No Smite, who was super low on HP. I thought he was going to get out, but just quick awareness of seeing him an instant cast on the collateral damage, and now Cloud9 have propelled very far forward in this early game.
Yeah, just off of that single fight there, the Rift Herald, still unused as of right now, can propel them even further forward, although at the moment they're going to be using the template they got not to take that to Dragon, instead giving it up to Time to Pick and using it for a little bit more map pressure around this Baron. Like, take a look, because Silence won't be living too long.
Yeah, Rift Herald is going to be popped by Tarzan once they force Silence out. He's just burning down to a crisp. Aoki picks up that kill. Later is also here, but it's a little too late. Not going to be able to save the mid laner from going down. Tarzan still has Rift Herald. They're just proccing this wave. Uh-oh. They might have to walk out of this one.
Got some nice honey fruit on his way out to keep Tarzan nice and healthy. But with Jackie rotating up, this is the thing that ultimately dooms the tower, because where Jackie goes, C9 are extraordinarily strong. And now on the reset as well, they lose nothing for what was committing 4 out of 5 members up to the Baron lane, securing them first tower of the game. Absolutely no pressure to answer back here. Time to Pick are playing on Cloud9's schedule. Unfortunately for them, it's not one that's favoring them.
Yeah, Cloud9, both of their marksmen, and Tarzan and Jackie, insanely far ahead of their counter-opponents right now. Almost a 2,000 gold difference for Tarzan, about a 1,500 one for Jackie. And at this point, it is looking pretty solid in Cloud9's favor for the mid game, but it's not a large enough gold lead where it's just the game is theirs. There's still ways for Time to Pick to play around their solo laners in David's Fiora and in Silence's Zed. We're going to have to optimize around picks. They still have this team fighting 3-man core, though, that they can always look to make plays as well.
Oh, Lord, that starts off the game in a little bit more of a difficult place. Meals does go a little bit over-aggressive, though, and gets taken down with Leda showing up. He actually dissuades the rest of the dive, so it was a big play in the favor of Cloud9. Ends up being a 1-for-1 with Zello in the backline as well. Things could change even faster. Zello ends up picking up the kill onto Cairo, but 1v3 does ultimately go down.
Okay, well, he trades his life to ensure that Kairos goes down. Unfortunately, Cloud9 couldn't really do anything with that overcommit and I guess Zello diving into 3 people. It gives Tarzan a little bit of opportunity to just get back on the map and farm up these camps and continue pushing himself further and further ahead. The rest of Cloud9, the dive was a little wonky, I'll admit, but they still pulled it off because of the stat advantage that was in their favor, and they made sure not to overstay on the dive and the play itself. So Time to Pick don't really find that much going back into their pockets. So now I'm really looking at basically no smite, Kairos, and later to group up with one of these side lanes and see if they can punish a Cloud9 member that is overextended. Because at this point, they're falling behind in terms of stats. No smite just bought a GA, immediately used it in the fight. So this is like a budget build. And it feels bad when you already have to use the GA.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate, and that sort of side lane collapse just simply isn't possible when Rift Herald is getting popped the way that it is. Cloud9 take not just your mid lane tower, but now your jungler as well, and end up ultimately retreating off of the tier 2. Already 2 tier 1s collected in the most methodical of ways, though, and next Rift Herald already up seems to favor Cloud9 once again, unless with this package, Time to Pick can find themselves some nice, well, picks.
Yeah, Tarzan is now about 3,000 gold ahead of No Smite, so, and this is just one of the polarizing effects of a matchup where one jungler is playing something like a Graves that is going to take a lot of resources to prioritize in getting themselves ahead, whereas you're playing the Jarvan, you're not following resources in yourself, you're using yourself as a facilitator to set up your side lanes to succeed, maybe your Dragon Laner to succeed, and if they don't get those plays off, then the facilitator falls extremely far behind because they just don't have as easy of a way to farm up just like the Graves does.
This is not a drill. Meals and Zello were going in 2v4. These guys have so much confidence right now, and, well, it may just cost Zello, as now it's 1v2, and he does not get the chance to play the game. It does have a really nice use of the ultimate. Now escaping the death mark, but now he's just traded place with Meals once again, who finds himself right up against David, ultimately able to escape. Cloud9 cheat death in the mid lane.
Yeah, Cloud9 just hoodwinked the crap out of Time to Pick, using only their 2 solo laners to occupy, 3-4 members of Time to Pick, whereas Tarzan was soloing the dragon, Jackie is collecting farm on this bottom side wave, and Ioki was just dancing between the two to make sure that he could screen anyone that was trying to prevent both of those marksmen and getting the objectives that they were targeting down. So Cloud9, once again, in a similar fashion to 7 PM scrims of last game, are running circles around Time to Pick's ability to get anything done.
As of right now, Time to Pick are looking for the engagement. It's Ioki that ends up finding it, laying down the roots, and ultimately picking off David, costing Cloud9 nothing, and getting them the Rift Herald here as well, so they can really press this numbers advantage home. They get the next tier 2 on the docket. So many turrets for these guys, and they've only lost one of their own.
Turret taken down, Cloud9 getting further access into the map and side of Time to Pick. 888 HP on the mid lane turret. It really just requires Cloud9 to be able to have one wave, or as long as no members from Time to Pick are there, if you have someone like Ioki who can just tank the first few turret shots and Tarzan and or Jackie's there, they can take down the turret pretty single-handedly. So Cloud9 now 10k gold up in a very commanding position going into the mid-late game here, Dia. 3 items completed for Tarzan, almost 3 items for Jackie. Meals also 2.5 items as well. this is a very scary composition that Cloud9 have finally gotten to this point of the game with. And Time to Pick, they are just hoping for a miracle team fight to catch the carries of Cloud9 without any ability to re-engage.
And I love that Cloud9 is basically attempting to avoid that by saying, we don't want to team fight. Instead, we're going to throw Zello into the Dragon lane and just see if he can take this 1v1. And as of right now, he can, but with a lot of healing coming through, David might turn this around yet. Flashes away, dancing around on this Fiora, and Zello's trying to catch up to him. Ultimately can't finish off the kill, but still gets to win that 1v1, pushing everybody from Time to Pick back into the base and ultimately securing yet another tower for C9.
Yeah, Zello buying one member's attention from Time to Pick means that Cloud9 will always be able to force plays on the other side of the map and then split Time to Pick just apart. At this point, no smite. Maybe he can get into the Baron, maybe he can steal it, but Meals is not making sure, or is making sure that he doesn't even get a chance.
I mean, he may have smite in this particular case, but what he doesn't have is any time on the Rift. He gets taken out, sent right back to the gray screen. 33 seconds there, and that's 33 seconds where Cloud9 can devastate you at this point. Taking down that last tier 2 seems to be their focus, but it's just Zello who's over here to do it.
This just really feels like elementary school all over again, when you're like a 5th grader and you see like the 1st graders coming onto the recess for the first time and they want to play basketball with you, but you just have this massive height difference, so you just eclipse them and you can just dunk on them whenever you want. And they're trying super hard, right? They're trying to brute force their way through, but then you have that meme image where you just have the super long hand on the kid's head and they're just like trying to like wail their arms, trying to reach the ball, but they just can't. And this is exactly what Cloud9 are just giving the treatment over to Time to Pick, because they can't get into the jungle safely. Cloud9 have massive stat advantages, massive gold advantage, and anytime there's a 1v1 between Cloud9 or Time to Pick, it is hopelessly, hilariously in Cloud9's favor every single time.
I mean, it was literally that image that you described just personified on the Rift there, as Jackie used the Baron minions as a buffer between him and the tower to pick up the last hit on the tower with the Q, and now it just gets worse and worse. Time to Pick do not get the chance to play the game, and Cloud9 really get to have a little bit of fun inside the base, exploding Cairo, and later relegating them into next time. GA gets popped. Will Cloud9 even lose a member? They will not, as they take that last hit and send themselves onto the court.
Yeah, Tarzan also making full use of that GA by the end.
Woo!
It's like, hey, you know what? I get to live twice in this last fight. So, you know what? Why not dive the fountain? Why not dive past the Nexus turrets? I mean, that point in the game, it's over. Might as well flex on Time to Pick a little bit. And Deathless on the 2 marksmen for Cloud9, and as we talked about before, Dia, these were the centerpieces of the composition. God damn, that's a lot of damage, Tarzan.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. It's a ridiculous amount, and centerpieces is right. Jackie, interestingly enough, playing a role that was a little bit more subdued. You can sort of tell in the damage numbers, but the way that C9 were moving around, they knew that this was their queen in the end. Had the plays not gone their way, had Tarzan, Meals, Zello all been even or even a little bit behind, Jackie was the win condition, and it's really that stability that he brought to the roster that is ultimately why he has relatively little damage, but a lot of gold to back it up. In the meantime, Tarzan, Meals, and Zello, they had the time of their lives, because holy moly, they were just dancing in the faces of Time to Pick.
I mean, past that first Rift Herald fight from Cloud9, I think the game was just securely in their hands. A little bit before then, there was a little bit of back and forth. Everyone was playing somewhat passive. There was a couple of kills exchanged back and forth. There was the dive from Ioki from the 4-man of Cloud9 side onto Kairos, and the support for Time to Pick
Later.
And it just, yeah. And it equalized in a 1-for-1 trade, right? So there was still a little bit of leeway for Time to Pick to be someone in this game, but No Smite didn't get a chance to really accelerate either of his solo lanes this game. He didn't get a chance to force a dive situation or get a massive advantage summoner-wise or HP-wise out of Zello. He didn't find a chance to really put Meals behind and set up his Zed or the Fiora for success. So by the time it rolled around to mid-game and then the first fight exploded, neither Fiora or Zed can actually match Tarzan in the side lane. Zello and Meals, respectively, weren't quite as, far ahead, but the overall map position that had been gained just off of that one fight meant it was too scary for Fiora and Zed to take that kind of fight. They were waiting for the 3-man team fighting core to facilitate a pick that they could benefit off of and shoot up in gold. It just never got there.
Yeah, and especially after last game where we had a Zed that was able to clear a lot of waves and get a lot of map pressure, it was a really stark difference, especially in that mid game. Even the bot lane dive that you talked about, where yes, it was a 1-for-1, but still the tempo was kept in the favor of C9, and they were able to constantly use that around the Rift Herald, turn that into a play, some sick collateral damage snipes.
Yeah.
It was just so much fun to watch. And now, the good thing is that we get to continue watching it because they've sent themselves on into the rest of the RiftMSTRS qualifier, and we're going to get the chance to see them and a few other greats once we return from a very short break.
You just caught my eye. Hey, nah. Please won't you come over? Let me get to know ya. Hey, nah. Delve into emotion. Leave us in this moment. Yeah. Delve into emotion, leave us in this moment.
You look at me like I'm crazy when I shut my feelings down. You look at me like I'm different. Still you stay cause you feel something real. Get so lost in my moments. Doesn't mean I don't need you. I fell in love with your colors. They kinda tell me what I'm thinking. Fell in love with the way we are and the way we lose it. There's something different about us and the reason why we stay. We fly around like paper planes. They never know where we will fall. Nobody can see us, still they wanna tear us apart. There's something different about the way we are. Ooh. different about us. We're pulling cup after cup after cup. Yeah, it's just the way we do it. Anything just to block out the real life, real life. Yeah, we're loving the way they think we're so messed up. Even if what we're doing is bad, there's so many emotions. Sharing stories that we never had, yeah, none is real. I think we're searching for reasons not to be like them. We fly around like paper planes, they never know where we will fall. Nobody can see us, still they wanna tear us apart. There's something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. 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 Something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. Something different about the way we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Rift Masters Qualifier number 3. We are back with, interestingly enough, yet another game, but this time we're moving into best of 3s. As we've hit those quarterfinals, the teams are starting to slot in here one by one. We are really filling up those prized spots that we alluded to at the start of the day.
It's limiting down the available top 8 spots for that prize money, that dinero. You gotta collect on in the plata. So as long as you can make it to the top 8, you will be walking away with some cash.
And that's what we've already, for these two teams that we're covering right now, have achieved. It's going to be Chonk Chortle versus 7 p.m. PST scrims. We already saw 7 p.m.
baby.
PST scrims absolutely blow up. And against Chonk Chortle, who's one of the first teams I got the chance to cover here at Rift Masters, definitely an X factor in their own right. I'm really excited to see how these two guys match up, because especially Chonk Chortle has been going for that second, third spot consistently over the past 2 qualifiers. Now, will they be dethroned by the newly arrived 7 p.m. PST scrims?
You know what? At first, when we were like kind of questioning who's 7 p.m. scrims, like who is this team? And then our awesome producer Tasty Bacon told us, it's like, oh yeah, mid laner is Premonition, and we're like, oh shit, we know Premonition. He's the guy that pulled out Yasuo, but then also in his last chance qualifier game, because, you know, realistically, it didn't matter in terms of placement, pulled out things like Tryndamere mid, Singed mid, Mumu mid. I mean,
yes,
Teemo mid as well. He did some fun stuff for us, but when there's money difference on the line, obviously Premonition also is able to play a mean Zed, as we just saw. So,
oh my god, yes.
Yeah. So, not a lot of respect for how he was able to pilot in that game. But going up against Chonk Chortle is not going to be an easy task. Chonk Chortle, there's a lot of players to be looking out for, especially in the mid lane when you are looking at Molly Uwu. I mean, man, when you talk about assassin on assassin gameplay, we might just get that, Dia. You have Premonition Zed or Yasuo looking to take on Molly's famous Katarina.
That would be a real exciting match. If you get a chance to see the bracket right now, we're starting right there at the bottom. Chonk Chortle versus 7 p.m. PST scrims. We'll be covering 1 or 2 of these today, setting you forward into tomorrow with some of your semifinalists already secured, already locked down. Speaking of being locked down and locked in, we're into the draft already, and with some of the bands already on your screen. Now that Zed, unfortunately, won't be showing up.
You know what? That's Premonition can walk away and say, you know what? Respect. He can know that Chonk Chortle, they fear the Zed, and that can be complimentary enough, you know, to the ego and saying, yeah, you gotta ban the Zed, you gotta respect, otherwise I will destroy you with it. But 7 p.m. scrims, we know that this is mainly a majority of the roster of do from our Summoner Series, Last Chance Qualifier, and then the playoffs. Most of these players have other things to pull up their sleeve. Now, Dia, you're going to have to remind me, though. Chonk Chortle, is Chonk Chortle the players they pulled out the Draven Ashe bottom lane? Was that them?
Ooh,
was that Nori and Jen?
I don't think so. I'd have to go back and check my books.
Oh.
It seems like our producer at the very least is calling me out. I'm not remembering the Draven
Hestia
Ashe.
Ashe support special.
Oh my god, that's right. Hestia pulling that out. Yes, there we go. So the problem is, so often for me, when I think of Chonk Chortle, it's synergistic with how I think of Camel and really their game plans around him that I almost sort of start to get everything else faded into the background, especially when it comes to their bot lane. But one of the most important things to recognize that these guys are no slouches anywhere on the map.
I mean, when we were doing the Summoner Series and the playoffs coverage, we kind of touted Hestia as one of the best supports in NA by far. I mean, and you have great supports already in the likes of Max Green, Selma, Charm, right?
Charm.
And then Hestia has made her name along with those four as well. Chonk Chortle gonna play to not only the strengths of assisting in this Graves funnel, much similar to in the veins of what we saw Cloud9 potentially do, but you also have this Leona, which is gonna be my first time seeing Hestia play this champion. But at this point, I will not question what Hestia plays, because we thought, Hestia was like, okay, mainly an enchanter support player, played the Nami, played the Lulu, and then pulled out Nasus when they were running Senna Nasus as a bottom lane.
Yes.
And it's like, and then the Ashe support as well. I mean, Hestia can play anything. Faith.
I have seen, so much from Hestia that at this point, a Leona is just a welcome change. It's just something else to be feared, something else to be potentially taken away. However, it's going to be going into double range, as Varus, Nami should be running the bot lane. No matter what Hestia is doing, at least when you're sort of expecting parity and skill, 7 p.m. PST should be the ones with the shove and with the autonomy, first move inside of the Dragon lane. And with the Diana picked up right alongside it, they've actually got a pretty nice team fight when you put it all together. There's quite a bit of burst damage on this squad. What they don't really have just yet is a front line. And Chonk Chortle, with the fact that they want to be engaging with their faces, do need at least somebody to separate them from 7 p.m. PST scrims. Otherwise, you are going to get dunked on by the CC from the Leona, the damage from the Graves, and the fact that the Fiora is just an unstoppable force in the front line.
Right, and 7 p.m. scrims kind of read onto what Chonk Chortle want to play for their AD is more of utility and safety disengage. This is why they banned the Ashe and Xayah away. But if I'm Chonk Chortle, I want to pick something like Lucian. I want to pick something like Draven. I know Nori has played both of those champions, and while Draven is definitely a bit more risky and maybe not necessarily worth the reward, Lucian, there's a reason why we saw him a lot at Horizon Cup. The champion got buffed and is very, very powerful. Not going to be the Katarina from Molly Uwu, but the Akali definitely one that can play into the composition that 7 p.m. scrims have drafted for themselves, can dance outside of the range of Chain of Corruptions, can dodge out of the tidal wave, and as long as he hasn't overcommitted, he won't get caught out by the Moonfall. It's going to have to be concerned, though, about this Gragas, because anytime you see a Akali flying in, it's very easy for the Gragas to just body slam right into it. It's not going to be Lucian or Draven, though, unfortunately. It's going to be Corki, a little bit more standard team fighting late game scaling.
Yeah, I was wondering if we would get something like an Ezreal as well, to just sort of be able to position around the team fights, readjust yourself, because you are a very safe source of consistent damage, and Chonk Chortle want that as a backup plan. Corki does still check that box, while at the same time allowing a lot of room to the Baron side of the map. With something like Graves and Fiora up there, you end up getting a little bit more magic damage down in your Dragon lane, disincentivizing the enemy team from building more of that armor and letting Graves and Fiora really take off to the races. I like this, and it puts 7 p.m. PST scrims in a difficult place when it comes to answering that last pick, but Jax will do it, baby!
Oh, California pulling out the Jax. This was the Dakun Gaming special headed by Hueba, who just showed us that if you let a Jax farm in the jungle for too long and you don't do anything to pressure it, you don't do anything to shut it down early on, Jax gets 2 items on Trinity Force and Blade of the Rune King, and it is just over. There's no one that can match him in the side lane. He will split to win the game for you. He will take turrets in the blink of an eye, and even if you send someone like a Graves or a Fiora to try and match the Jax, he has Counter-Strike. So the really, you can block out a majority of the auto attack damage that they're going to be pulling through. So really, it's going to be up to Fiora to see if you can riposte correctly the Counter-Strike, because if you don't, then you lose the matchup.
Yeah. That's basically it. That's the one thing that you've really got to nail, and you got to nail it every time, especially as the game goes later, because that's your one misstep. Whereas Jax has a lot more room for error in his kit as well, and so 7 p.m. PST scrims should have a lot of side lane pressure, and they have a really strong core of 4 as well, with something like the Gragas for disengage, and yet a lot of burst damage and poke. Chunk Turtles should find themselves really challenged, and this is when I start looking back towards somebody like Black Camel. Now remember, this is a best of 3, so this game, while explosive, won't be the thing that ultimately determines these guys' futures in the qualifier.
Yeah, this is a good way for both teams to kind of get feelers out and to see where their power levels lie, what kind of tactics work well for this team identity versus, the opposite side of the Rift. And, both Chonk Chortle and 7 p.m. scrims are kind of buying into the idea of let's funnel resources into our jungler. But in the case of Chonk Chortle, you have adept solo laners that can also take funnel resources if Graves is not receiving a majority of them. Fiora is a very powerful split pusher that if Fiora is the one that's exploding off of the early game acceleration and the resources from Rift Herald crashing into turrets, getting first brick, then Fiora can be potentially unmatched in the side lane because she'll be accelerated faster, slightly faster than the Jax because he's requiring jungle farm and for nothing on the map to fall apart before he gets there.
Yeah, and that's the really scary thing, especially when we consider, going all the way back to it, the fact that this Corki was last picked. Because remember, the other option, or one of the other options that I was thinking of was that Ezreal. And one of the things that Corki and Ezreal do really well is play safe, not just in the team fights, but in their individual lanes post that level 5, unlocking somebody like Hestia, what we touted at the very beginning of this matchup as one of the best supports in North America, the chance to roam around to disrupt that map and start taking autonomy away from the Jax and away from 7 p.m. PST scrims.
Well, here we are, Dia. The first game of our first best of 3 tonight in our third qualifier of Rift Masters. I'm trying to see how we say that in Spanish. Maestros del Rift? De la Rifta?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It depends. It depends if you think like rift grammatically refers to sort of a rift in the earth, a hole in the earth. You know what I'm saying? Or whether rift is
kind of like what? Escisión or grieta?
Yeah, grieta. Yeah, grieta del invocador is what they say in Spanish. So you nailed it once again.
Wow.
There we go.
Grieta invocadores. Wow, that's kind of sick, actually.
It is kind of cool. Honestly, there's some pretty epic stuff in love languages that I think that we could take a little bit of time to exploit when it comes to our naming systems here.
I'm so stupid. I forgot Molly is no longer on Chonk Chortle's team anymore. Oh, that's right. It is now Fat Cat. I think. What team is Molly playing for? I guess we'll have to answer that question later.
Yeah, that'll be something we get to come back to, perhaps seeing him elsewhere. However, I think the nice thing is that despite the fact that Molly's not here, we still get that assassin that we were hyping up. Okay.
It's still yeah. Well, I'll find it out later. But you know what? This is my first chance of seeing Fat Cat.
God.
There's a lot of damage already in the mid lane here, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I really like the way that 2v2 was played out by both sides. Initially, it looked like California had overstepped, but it might actually be the bot lane of Chonk Chortle that has overstepped. His heal has to be burned to keep Hestia alive, and now you've lost a lot of priority inside of the river. Have Chonk Chortle let their teammates know. Looked a little bit risky there, but California is the one that ultimately gets to walk away with that first Scuttle Crab of the game, moving his way up towards the top side, see if he can pick up a little bit more. Luan also suffering suffering pretty heavily up in the Baron lane. Doesn't get cast, unfortunately. Now should be able to turn things around. Hasn't hit that level 5 just yet, but it may not matter. Sick riposte as well. Luan takes ASMR to school.
Meanwhile, there was another river skirmish, though. California actually secured first blood off of picking off Fat Cat in rotation. Maybe they were all trying to conglomerate towards the river area in that barren side of the map. Beautifully played by Luan DJ. A little unfortunate from ASMR. The explosive cask whiffing gave Luan DJ the opening, even not being level 5, without needing the grand challenge to make that solo kill happen.
Yeah, that was a really, really impressive thing to happen in the side lane. And at the same time as we get California getting a kill, the fact that Luan is getting it as well leaves that question open as to who is going to be the one running the side lane when we get later and later. And it's the question that ultimately the game is going to revolve around as well. So both teams really don't gain too much off of that, but the pressure still is in the favor of 7 p.m. PST because their win condition right now is just an equal Rift, is letting California farm up, whereas Chunk Turtle still can very much have theirs disrupted by some surprise ganks, be it from Wheat, be it from California, be it even from the mid laner Premonition roaming up.
And the nice thing about if you are California here, when you're Jax, you have a decently fast clear speed, just thanks to the way your passive ramps up your attack speed, and you just start bonking everything in the jungle. But if you ever pick up kills off of early skirmishes or any early ganks, that just accelerates your first power spike even faster, and with every single item that Jax gets, his clear speed just ramps up even further, which then further just continuously accelerates. And do you see where I'm getting at here, Dia? Like, that one kill does mean a lot for California in his game state, because he already has Blade of the Ruin King going into potentially the first objective skirmish that we see from both of these teams. And if he comes out on top victorious, this is going to be a very, very happy game for California.
It's like giving a push to a boulder at the top of the hill, and California is gonna get rolling. He's gonna keep rolling. He already has the Blade of the Ruin King, but is it gonna turn into a contest here? 7 p.m. PST are toying with the idea of an engagement here, and with really nice steal from California, they get everything they ever wanted. He picks up a kill as well. Might even find yet another, flashes away though, and does ultimately get taken down. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment, looking for a little bit more. 7 p.m. PST will pick up yet another kill, giving that one over to Lightning. But with that, the Rift Herald and 2 kills, giving over just 1 is the best case scenario for them.
Yeah, just beautiful smite steal from California. Secures the Rift Herald, which even though he gives up a death, this allows 7 p.m. Scrims to now set up an additional Rift Herald push to continue funneling resources into California's Jax.
Let's take a look at that again. California jumping forward and just pixel perfect on the smite. Takes that one away and buys so much time here with the ultimate and the counter-strike as well. Even taking Nori quite low. And the lockup at the end here, this is just academic. This is just Nami and all the great fun that you can have with Nami in the Rift.
And this is one of those things where 7 p.m. Scrims, it didn't even look like that they were committed to taking the fight. California just wanted the Rift Herald super badly, because it just goes to show how powerful of a resource it is to get something like this objective on your side of the field, and then use it to ram a turret to get more gold funneled into one of your primary carries, in this case California. And now 7 p.m. Scrim, because they have just a slight gold lead, they are feeling confident about protecting the dragon as well, because they want to continue to see force fights just like this one.
Oh man, that Moonfall was big, but California now is getting stunned as well. Unfortunately, you just can't play the game as Hestia past that. A nice snipe from Lightning ends up picking up a double kill for 7 p.m. They get not just the Rift Herald, they're going to turn that into 2 kills in the mid lane. They're going to turn it into a tower in the mid lane, and the dragon is still available, Rafa.
Did my man Lightning T just walk up slowly, then proto belt into piercing arrow? What kind of swag style am I looking at? That was f***ing sick, man.
It was amazing stuff, and well, with Lightning really accelerated as well. He's sitting right there, up alongside California, and a Varus that is ahead is a deadly one, as he's already picked up the first item, is likely going to pick up his second upon that next reset, and it's going to start just chewing through people from 2-3 screens away. This is the power of the Varus that it always has been. Lightning, he's going to get even more powerful, and Rafa, we have not had enough of this yet.
Oh, man. Well, ASMR getting gooned by Hestia and Luan, was able to hold his own because he's got reinforcements now from Wii and California riding up through the Baron lane. Rift Herald was popped, as we saw in the mid lane, breaking open the map. 7 p.m. scrims are going to get a little bit more access into the jungles of Chalk Chortle soon, and because ASMR is about to finish his first item in that Sunfire Cape, that's pretty much it. That's all you need. Because California's waiting here, not only to assist in this gank that's happening, and they should just be able to clean this one up very quickly, but here's the thing. Okay, we might actually have a more fight. I'll let you take the reins after this.
No, we're totally good. This is just academic stuff from 7 p.m. because they walk up, and I mean, you talked about that Counter-Strike interaction earlier. The one doesn't get the riposte on the Counter-Strike, and the team fight, or skirmish in this case, is over. That's it.
So check this out, Dia. At some point, once ASMR gets his first item, California's going to be like, all right, ASMR, you're at full build. Oh, whoa, Fat Cat, relax! Relax!
We just don't get the time because Fat Cat's going off now, picks up a double, and is even still looking for ASMR. I think we're starting to find the hero of Chalk Chortle.
Okay. All right.
You were thinking about it too?
Yeah,
the flip just right into the belly bump?
Yeah, I was like, I've seen many Akali players in my solo queue games where they're just like, oh, I really want to take this. But then you have to think that ASMR probably has body slam. So good on Fat Cat, just being aware of that cooldown being potentially available. But California will soon be able to start occupying a side lane, and then he's just going to be so happy because he's got the Blade of the Ruin King, he's got the Trinity Force, going to be able to inflict major turret damage.
Pops in the mid lane for right now with Lightning T. Thinking about the recall over in the Baron lane. He's instead going to cancel that and move right back down. Maybe a second Rift Herald is in the making as 7 p.m. PSD are contesting this one as well. California's already in the pit again. He steals away the Rift Herald. This guy just does not stop, Rafa. Plenty of healing for Luan in the backside, but being ignited. The exhaust comes down. The Moonfall is gigantic from Premonition. 7 p.m. PST. It is illegal what they are doing.
Premonition, you are a sexy beast, dude. That was one sick Moonfall. My God. Eclipsing and catching all 3 of those members in that choke point. They could not escape over it even if they wanted to over the wall.
Yeah, it really did come down to that at the end. I mean, the Rift Herald steal was massive, and the thing is about that it just gets you even further ahead in this game. You've got so much more tempo, and you claim so much of it back. Oh my God, it's like watching one of the biggest shockwaves I've ever seen, but somehow even more deadly.
I need a moment, Dia. This is, I didn't expect what was formerly a majority of the members from Do to come out swinging against the members of Chalk Chortle so strongly in our opening game of this best of 3. Now, to bring back attention to that this is a best of 3, maybe Chalk Chortle going into next game, if they cannot recover, change up their playstyle. They change up where they want to funnel resources into to answer the fact that California is insanely ahead on this Jax, is 3,000 gold ahead against Black Camel. At this point, it's super hard. Yo, Lightning T trying to proto belt chain corruption forward. Yo, relax, my man.
That's one of those things where you clip it and you go, you know what, this says a lot about the state of the game. If the Varus, the immobile AD carry, is proto-belting to initiate, things are really far gone at that point. 7 p.m. PST scrims, they know it. Chalk Chortle know it, and it's why we're getting this warping of the map as Chalk Chortle force the play up top side, trying to get themselves an advantage in the top side tower. But the thing is, 7PM PSD have nowhere else to be but directly on top of you to continue cleaning up more kills. The jungle is eviscerated. 7PM PSD has California clearing it on repeat. There's literally nothing else for him to take than champions in front of him.
Yeah, if your AD carry is just preemptively dashing forward like Alk Battery is in my ranked flex games, then you know that 7PM scrims are feeling good about this dub already.
Black Camel still able to clear out the majority of the wave. Wave's not actually going to get the chance to crash in, leaving the topside tower alive, but unfortunately mid lane tower is the thing that's suffering for it. Tier 2 gets taken by ASMR, and even when you're surviving as Chonk Chortle, you're still getting the game served to you by 7PM PSD, and they're still getting further and further ahead. Second tower in as many minutes is going to fall, and now Fat Cat is just going to follow it. That Moonfall is more celebratory than anything,
it's a
and
flex.
You cannot stop this push.
Dude, they got them all locked under the tower, Dia. California's taking up every single turret shot thanks to the Grandmaster's might. He is so tanky, and yet he does so much damage. This Rift Herald's going to crash into this turret as well. It's got the golden armor. Oh, but they killed the Rift Herald. So Chonk Chortle holding on by a thread of life, but they're down almost 8,000 gold at this point, and Luan has been doing work in the mid lane. He picked up the mid turret. He's trying to push towards the second, but he's not going to get any more.
Yeah, the pace of the game has really accelerated ever since Jax picked up that second item that you talked about, and now that he's made his way onto his third, is even starting up on the fourth. That boulder that we talked about, getting a nice little shove in the early game, is now a deadly force rolling down the mountain. California, whether it be in the front line, whether it be in the side lane, is absolutely unstoppable. And Chonk Chortle really have plenty of scaling left to go, but I'm not sure that even that is going to give them a chance back in, because again, the Jax addresses so much of their composition. There's a chance that you get fed. There's a chance that Nori can do a lot of damage with his auto. Same thing with Black Camel. Same thing with Luan. But 3 out of your 4 damage-dealing carries are negated by inability on California.
Yeah, here's the play, Dia.
Tell me.
You locate the IP addresses of all the players of 7PM scrims, and you just disconnect them. That's or maybe just California. Maybe if you get rid of California,
maybe just California.
If California disconnects, then maybe Chonk Chortle will have a chance. But
you could just DDoS all of California. Just hope that he's in there somewhere.
Well, Fat Cat playing with fire, though. Tidal Wave coming in. He gets out over the wall, but Jesus, Premonition not leaving any survivors alive here, Dia.
Yeah, the tidal wave's got a homing beacon on it, and things just do not get any better as Hestia is unfortunately left with no options than to further commit. And you can tell exactly how much it's helping, since Black Camel does absolutely 0 damage in that front line. Even so, Premonition still goes low, but has no problem walking it forward, since he's got Wii at his back on this Nami, keeping them, even in the most unlikely of situations, alive and well. With every tier 2 tower gone, with 3 members dead, this base is not going to remain unbroken for long.
Yeah, they collapsed 2v1 ASMR California onto Luan DJ in the side lane, so there's no chance for them to be able to answer back. And the fact that 7PM scrims were winning the 3-on-4 against Chonk Chortle on the other side lane, it kind of goes to show how doomed the game state is. It is 14,000 gold ahead for 7PM scrims. I know we memed about it before. It's like, oh yeah, if a disconnect happens, then that's their only way in the game. You know, if 7PM scrims were to all do this... Oh, okay, well, Chonk Chortle, they want to do the Baron. Oh, this is really dangerous.
Even from a winning position, Baron can be deadly, and now it just gets worse. ASMR has a huge engage, but unfortunately splits up the Moonfall and may let you get out alive. Chonk Chortle, let's see, can any of their members get out alive? Luan's not going to make it. Camel's not going to make it. It's just Fat Cat, Nori, and Hestia, and somehow, some way or other, I just don't think that's enough.
Oh no! Not just the big text. Blue team refused to surrender. I appreciate Chonk Chortle. They're gonna let 7PM scrims actually take the game and not just preemptively surrender. But man, 7PM scrims, they came out swinging game 1 with such style, with such swag. I mean, going into game 2, Chonk Chortle have to just rewrite the drawing board going into this next draft and looking into their game state and what plan they want to have, because California was so incredibly massive that it got to the point where, like you said, there's no one that can actually match it up against him. And the surprising thing for me is that they actually didn't let California be in a solo lane splitting. Like, he wasn't actually, like, ever by himself in a solo lane. It was still either California grouped up with Lightning T and we pushing and pushing for turrets, or it was California, like, tag teaming with ASMR. And you know, maybe this is the solo queue mindset or just watching how DKG played it, but whenever I see Jaxes that are that far ahead, the Jax will just say, I don't need the team anymore. Because I will just be in the side lane by myself. This is my side lane farm. This is all my resources that I'm taking. I'm just continuously further accelerating myself. So to see that California was being a little selfless with his resources was honestly a little weird, but I kind of respect it in a way as well. He was grouped around Lightning T and Wii for a majority of the game.
And it made it so impossible to contest as well. I mean, a Jax in a side lane, like you say, pretty darn uncontestable. But a Jax that got that kill early on, that got the snowball rolling, and once we approached the mid game, was already so accelerated, is really both a frontliner, an assassin, a bruiser. He's everything
does it all.
you could ever want. Exactly. And so, like, to have that paired up alongside Inami just makes the problem even worse, made it even more difficult for Chonk to clap back in a way that I don't think they expected. And remember that just like us, going into this game, they weren't even expecting the Jax to be brought out. We looked at last game that we saw from 7 p.m. PST scrims, and it was this Zed from Premonition that was changing everything. And yes, this Diana looked good, but with a totally different focus in the game. 7 p.m. PST looked just as good, if not better. And now, like you say, as Chonk Turtle, the ball's in your court, but you've already served them a totally different kind of game, and they've still got an answer to it. What kind of bet are you going to take?
Yeah, I mean, when California goes from playing a super facilitator role like the Jarvan in the jungle to a super me farm, very selfish champion role, it's a complete swap and pivot away from what the team can do and what many of your competitors would kind of consider is in your playbook. But now Chonk will know that going forward into this next draft, and they have to consider, okay, is the Jax something that we need to ban? Is it something that we need to prioritize for ourselves and get Black Camel on? Or do we need to plan a strategy that is a little bit more aggressive in the early game, that has a lot more skirmishing potential, that can force dives early on and start impacting the map before the Jax comes online?
Yeah, something that I'd really like to see from Chonk Turtle is a return to where I know they're strong when somebody like Black Camel is on an initiator. I do really like the sort of jungle-centric playstyle that we've seen evolved and experimented with by Chonk Turtle, but the way that I know this team is when Black Camel is the one that can dictate fights, because he's so good at sniffing out engages and keeping momentum going, when he's the one that can provide that lockdown, be supported by somebody like Hestia to keep the fight going. But when those two can tag team and really prop up the carries that they've got everywhere else on the Rift, that's when this team really soars to success. And so, as opposed to trying to push somebody like 7 p.m. PST scrims out of their comfort zone, where you don't already have a read, you don't already know the X factor of this team, I'd like to see them play a little bit more of their own game, have Chonk Turtle return to form with a little bit more go buttons on Black Camel.
And we know that this team can do it, right? I mean, Chonk Turtle finished top 4. I don't remember if it was top 4 or top 6 at the Summoner Series during playoffs, because we had Tribe, Immortals, Enemy Cloud9. Okay, so it top 6 for Chonk Turtle, but still, massive statement to make, as, you know, a team that, when we look at the history of Chonk Turtle, this was a team in its original formation, came together for one of the last qualifiers going into the 3rd major of the Summoner Series. Now, Chonk Turtle has obviously changed up a bit because it's no longer Molly in the mid lane, it's now Fat Cat. We got to see some bright moments from Fat Cat on the Akali, picked off a couple of stragglers in the, some of the team fights. Unfortunately, Chonk Turtle was still massively so far behind that not even Fat Cat's performance on Akali was going to be able to salvage it. But going into the second draft, Chonk Chortle still remaining to be on the blue side. They have first pick priority. Last time they used it to snag up the Fiora. And while Luan had a nice moment against soloing ASMR by himself, he could never match up to California's Jax. So I wonder if that's something that they will prioritize this time around.
And I mean, they won't have the Camille available. They're the ones that end up taking it away. And so that side lane split push pool does get smaller and smaller. Something like the Darius also available for Luan if they wanted to try and go the route of at least having a bruiser that can opt into the side lane, especially since the Renekton is taken away. It feels like the focus is definitely shifting away from that Baron lane, sort of by necessity, though, as that champion pool does get tightened even more so. And my curiosity, of course, is going to lie around Chonk Chortle and that first pick that they've got, because while I do want to see them, return to something like the Draven, I don't think it's first pick worthy, and they still need a different identity to pick up in the first round.
And look at this, Chonk Chortle, last time they picked up the Fiora for them, but now, because they're changing up their priorities, they know that they don't want to let the Fiora go in the hands of California either, because they're suspecting that if California can play Jax, then he probably has put time in on the Fiora, and they could pull out a similar composition in that first game. And Chonk Chortle alleviating themselves of the burden of having to pick the Fiora because they did not get a chance to actually snowball it off the ground for Luan. They were not able to accelerate him to the point where he was capable of handling any other side lane threats. And okay, Zed first pick. I like that.
I mean, I don't have a gauntlet to throw as a literal representation, but I feel like that's what this necessitates. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Chonk Chortle really just full send it on the first pick here, and there is a nice answer, make no mistake, from 7 p.m. PST scrims. Picking up the Xayah already gives you a lot of safety into something like the Zed, and while Chonk Chortle have this X factor, now having picked it so early on, 7 p.m. PST can pull out a composition that is fully meant to address this mid laner.
And look at that. Chonk Chortle, they snag up the Jax right away as well. They say, you know what? We're taking the Zed. We're taking the Jax. Now, to make sure that you can actually facilitate powerful carries like this that will be taking a lot of resources and will be powerful side laners, you need some type of early bridge, or you need to make sure that the lane that Zed is against is one that he can take advantage of or won't get punished by. And last time we saw a Zed that was answered, Cloud9 were able to use the Akali matchup from Meals, and they never gave Zed an opportunity to get in. And already when you look at 7 p.m. scrims, you're playing against Rakan, Xayah. So it's already a difficult world where an assassin has to get onto that backline, because if you try to dive, you're going to get charmed by the quickness. Your damage is going to get dodged out by the Featherstorm, and if not, they can always buy stasis and just nullify your damage.
Yeah, this one is looking a little bit difficult as, like you say, the Zed has been very well addressed. Things like the Jax, though, bring yet another problem for 7 PST scrims to address, and this time I don't feel like they're going to have the chance to get the best of both worlds. You have to pick. Are we going to itemize, quite literally with our draft, into something like the Zed, keep him from being a problem, or are we going to be able to move around the map in a way that actually limits the Jax? One of these two things is going to get the room to pop off in your game, and that's the scary part about Chonk Chortle, where we look at the scary part about 7 p.m. PST scrims, and the thing that they have in their favor is the fact that they are assured to scale up into what is a extraordinarily strong team fight, with Jarvan providing so much utility, especially into the immobile Varus here. You could put threat onto that backline, keep a front line off of your own Xayah and Rakan, and allow them to free fire with the hyperscaling that we know this dynamic duo gets.
7 p.m. scrims now looking to take away any solid disengage options, because 7 p.m. knows that if they are the ones that actually snowball ahead, and they're the ones putting the pressure down onto Chonk Chortle and not letting the Zed and the Jax get resources and scale into the mid and late game, then they need to prevent Chonk Chortle from ever being able to prevent them from just forcing play after play after play. So that's why those two champions have been taken away already. Diana, Akali, also favorable matchups that could allow Premonition to get the upper hand against the Zed. Those have been taken off the board. And now we're going to see Senna. Senna does have ways of not only scaling up, but also soft disengaging if she ever lands a shrouded embrace. I think her ability is something like something embrace onto any of the frontliners of 7 p.m. scrims. Because then the frontline has to then distance himself away from the backline. Otherwise, multiple people get rooted up. And oh my.
Olaf. Okay. Okay, so this draft it's going differently. There is something amiss here. Senna, Varus, I think we can assume to be in the Dragon lane, but the Olaf, can we presume this to be a counterpick to the Darius in the Baron lane?
We have seen Olaf in the Baron lane. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Olaf Baron lane unless you like actually pivot around playing. Oh my god. Okay, hang on.
That's
so
really nice.
Yeah. Let me. I'll finish my thought. Just Olaf has pretty strong early laning phase because you have true damage, you have sustain, and you have ways to just chase down a laner that steps too far forward. But this Aurelia throws a real cinch in the whole loop here, and I'm pretty damn sure that this is Premonition's Aurelia as well.
Okay, that would, you know what? That would actually go really nicely against something like the Zed. Well, at the same time, keeping 7 p.m. PST scrims in the driver's seat when it comes to the 5v5s. They have what is now an immensely high damage front line into Chonk Chortle, so that you know that you can't really spend as much time addressing things like the Xayah Rakan. You've got a lot of crowd control with the Rakan and the Jarvan to lay down into Chonk Chortle, keep something like their immobile carries of not just the Varus, but now the Senna in place. Even the Olaf sort of self-counterpicked here.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even consider that, but yeah, it's when you pick an Olaf and then there's a Jarvan on the other side of the field, that always feels a little wonky, because if you don't have Flash as the Olaf and the Jarvan cataclysms you're just stuck. You can't get out of that
now?
pit.
Pop your Ragnarok and have less defenses inside of the class.
Let me out.
Yeah, it's a no-win scenario. It's like baby Olaf just at the edge of the cage, so throwing a small tantrum. Exactly. I'm sure that we're gonna get the chance to see it. I mean, 7 p.m. PST scrims with California have already demonstrated an amazing grip on the game when it comes to highlighting individual carries. I think that a big question now is going to be how they maneuver that when it's so much about how everybody works together. Because when we see star players like the Zed, like the Jax they've piloted previously, the game is really boiled down to being about them. But this time, the burden has to be spread a little bit more evenly, barring some sort of crazy 3-0 Aurelia that's arriving into these mid-game fights.
I just am so excited about Premonition playing Aurelia, because this player has proven over the past couple months he is one of the most volatile wildcard players in the North American scene, because he will willingly play the most explosive, mechanically intensive champions available, and you don't know if he's going to fall flat on his face or if he's just going to completely destroy people with it, you know? And so it's just like, oh god, does he have the ability to actually pilot this champion? Can he outplay his opponents here? Or is this going to be one where it's like, you know what? Maybe this one is saved for the practice tool, you know?
Well, we're in for a treat, Rob, because we get to find out right now. Already, first blood going down in the Dragon lane. Definitely not the way that I thought we were going to start this, but 7 p.m. PST aren't complaining about it, I'm sure. Picking up that initial kill onto Nori sets them pretty far ahead, and he's got no summoners either. Level 1 of Xayah Rakan is always something you've got to be wary of, and unfortunately, Chonk Chortle we're not.
Yeah, the only thing I can imagine is that Lightning T and we just booked it to one of the bushes in that Dragon lane, and then Nori walked up, grand entrance into what I'm assuming was just the Lightning T's second ability, and they just got a lot of damage down on Nori, and by the time he flashed out, he still burned down to Ignite. So Nori already somewhat behind, just 400 gold, he's able to get this push in with Hestia since it's super early in the game, so it's not, like, disastrous, but if I'm 7 p.m. scrims and I'm California, I'm booking it over to the bottom side of the map and trying to take advantage of the fact that there's a Varus with no sums.
It's only natural, and he's going to encounter Black Camel on his way there, and so instead ends up giving up that initial Scuttle Crab, because even with the death, somebody like Nori and Hestia still have the inherent push with their champions, so a 3v1, not something that 7PM are trying to opt into. They take that small advantage, and we'll see if they can punish it a little bit later on before that summoner comes up again, but already we might see Premonition try and punish what is a blue buff steal right now. Small numbers advantage is possible. Instead, numbers advantage going the way of 7PM PST. Scrims in the top side as they attempt the dive super early on. We'll see if this goes their way. Just waiting for that notification, and lo and behold, it comes through. California ends up picking up the second kill.
And I like this. You know, it's not very often that you see a dive and it's against a Baron laner. Usually, a lot of the dives in NA happen on Dragon laners. Not so much mid laners. They just kind of scrap it out. But California taking the proactive moves to shut down this Olaf early on, because this Olaf has a lot of strength during the early laning phase, but if it doesn't get off the ground, it's, 1v1?
Oh my god. Oh, Lord. That last undertow did him in. Luan still cleans up a kill. On the Olaf, I'm glad to see that he finds a way to express the early game strength, because one of the things I was thinking about when they dove him up in the top side was, well, yeah, of course. What's an Olaf that's getting dove going to do? He's not somebody that has CC. He's not somebody that has stasis. He's not even somebody that has mobility, but he does have the ability to 1v1 you with the lifesteal in the mid lane, and he makes great use of that to get that first kill back for Chonk Chortle.
Yeah, and he didn't even have barrier up for that 1v1 against Luan DJ. And look at that, Fat Cat.
Another one.
Because Luan has opened up the advantage already onto Premonition, Fat Cat gets a window where he can find a 1v1 solo kill. And now, if you're a Chonk Chortle, and if you're a Chonk Chortle fan, you're getting happy because obviously you're seeing how the solo laners are starting to bounce back, and Black Camel hasn't really been pulled to either of these lanes where he needs to directly take time to assist and kind of restabilize the solo lanes or any of the side lanes as well, even despite the early death from Nori in that 2v2 all-in. So far, Black Camel, he hasn't found an insane amount of gold lead over California, but he's farming up. And then once he does get to that first item power spike, as we talked about in the previous game, Dia, that's when the clear speed and the acceleration speed just starts ramping up.
Yeah, things are going to get really difficult really, really quickly. I'm curious right now. We saw a small departure into the Executioner's Calling for Lightning T, giving him a bit of that grievous wounds to deal with people like Luan and Black Camel. But what this does mean is that on the other side, with the Yomu's already completed on somebody like Fat Cat and the Manamune on Nori, you can't actually contest your own objectives. You don't get a say in which one you grab first because you've put yourself at an item disadvantage. And it's curious to me that Chonk Chortle, with that power, end up opting for the Dragon here instead of the more economically beneficial play up towards the Baron lane.
And I think they just wanted to avoid taking a confrontation in this early game against 7 p.m. scrims, because you look at the crowd control difference that's available. I mean, even if Luan comes over, you still have to remember that they are playing into a Jarvan. So Cataclysm can always lock him down. Meanwhile, we have another pick onto Premonition. 3 deaths down. The Chonk Chortle are really trying to bully Premonition and make sure he doesn't get off the ground. And if this Aurelia stays behind, it is a champion that heavily relies on you landing your Flawless Duet and comboing the Vanguard's edge for multiple Blade Surge marks, because otherwise this Aurelia will not do damage in teamfights.
It might just end up being a practice tool Aurelia. We've still got to find out. The game so far would definitely lead us to believe that you're going to spend a little bit more time in there. Premonition not having the best time so far, but hey, neither is ASMR up towards the Baron lane. Luan tanks some tower shots, however, ends up equalizing that trade just as quickly, but ultimately denying ASMR just a little bit of farm, so I guess I'll call it a small victory.
Yeah, Luan definitely was looking for a solo kill opportunity right there, and had the axe connected, and he had picked it up for the for the chain axes and the undertows, it definitely was possible. Unfortunately, Luan overstepped on the axe didn't pick it up, and so he was just trying to rely on pure movement speed and auto attack damage. Oh no, this could be dangerous.
Oh lord, execution not quite enough, though that barrier does it, but ASMR still alive here. Gets the heal, gets the kill as well as Luan flashes for it, and Black Camel on the Jax isn't going to be too much luckier either. Jumps forward, but with no counter-strike, he is just fodder for Lightning, who ends up picking up that next kill of the game. Now it's going to be a race for the first tower. We've got 2 people stacked up in the bot side for Chonk Chortle. But on the top side, 7 p.m. PST, they're the ones that do a little bit more damage to the structures.
We finding a grand entrance onto Nori. Dawning Shadow comes through. Ooh!
Nori?
Not quite.
Close. Next time you'll get him, Nori. Nice recall going to come through. Luan reasserts his position. This time, Chonk Chortle have a numbers advantage up towards this Baron lane. So ASMR once again wants to contest, but now with no ultimate and most importantly with no backup, he's got to wait. Still going low underneath the tower, ends up going in a little bit early and is going to pay for it with his life. How can you get out? Flashing forward. Premonition finds himself the first kill of the game, keeps that turret up, puts Luan and Chonk Chortle back on the back foot, but this game is ever increasingly becoming about Baron lane at the cost of everything else.
ASMR, the Flash, ambitious. Unfortunate for him that the Apprehend did not connect, but it did stall enough time for 7 p.m. scrims to save the turret from going down. The first brick has not been awarded to anyone on the Rift quite yet. 7 p.m. scrims now getting a lot of damage onto the mid lane. Black Camel will try to answer, but it's... Oh god, there's a lot of burst damage. Featherstorm will come out.
Still just the ability would do it. Flashes away off the counter-strike as well. Nori's trading back though. Almost takes down Lightning as he goes into stasis out of the tower. Wee gets out, and oh lord, this game is so even. It's being played on a knife's edge, Rafa.
7 p.m. scrims playing with fire. Black Camel and Nori being able to hold their own. And considering that they are at a massive gold deficit, I will have to consider that, or at least Nori being in a gold deficit against Lightning T, his ADC counterpart. He played that pretty damn well and holding his own, making sure that Chonk Chortle does not fall further behind, as they are now actually starting to pull ahead thanks to the gold lead that really Fat Cat has been pulling ahead for them. A couple solo kills to his name, assisting in one of the other skirmishes and picks onto Premonition as well. And once again, Chonk Chortle trying to stay away from confrontation in these skirmish and objectives. They stack up the dragons. They're going for the scaling point because they know that Fat Cat and Black Camel, the later the game goes on, the bigger the threats they're going to be.
Exactly, as long as they can sort of delay these engages, and hey, they still get some really nice stack and buffs for themselves that will go along with the scaling that they've already got. With first tower now taken, though, Chonk Chortle really boost that economic advantage that they already had in the making. And 7 p.m. PST scrims with this Rift Herald will now just be able to answer it back, equalizing in the mid lane and getting themselves, I will say, a little bit more inherent map pressure that's quickly turning into what could be some top lane kills, but is instead just going to be another structure.
I don't know if this rotation is going to work out for Chonk Chortle. They were all trying to collapse, but 7 p.m. scrims knew that they were just going to only get this one turret. But now Chonk Chortle realize, and now we're going to be able to equalize and answer back with this turret in the mid lane. Should be able to bounce back afterwards. However, we might look to re-engage. Oh, they caught them out.
There we go, another nice flash, and another nice execution as the Cataclysm comes in to seal the deal. Black Camel goes down, and for that tower, for that nice trade up, you do pay for it with your life. Bring in still 7 p.m. PST. I want to say a little bit closer to an even game. Potentially, if they get this kill, even into the lead, as Fat Cat with a nice flash away over the wall survives for now and isn't going to be found by Premonition.
Fat Cat just schmoving on through dangerous waters here, making sure that he does not give up a shutdown gold bounty over to 7 p.m. scrims. The gold is tied, though, Dia. Both of these teams are at an even state. And last time around, 7 p.m. scrims we're starting to pull vastly ahead of Chonk Chortle. So this time around, giving Fat Cat the reins of this Zed is clearly doing wonders for them. And even though Black Camel has given up a couple of deaths, he's not only still slightly ahead of California, but he still has his 2 items in Trinity Force and the Blade of the Ruin King. And so, as Jax, even if you're not winning fights, you can always destroy turrets, starting with the pick on ASMR.
Yeah, you can definitely destroy the locked down, chunked out ASMR. We got a 1v1 going on over towards the top side as well, and this time it's still going to be Fat Cat that comes out on top, despite the fact that slowly but surely Premonition is crawling his way back into the game. This Zed's still very much ahead, but Lightning might pick up a sweet shutdown here. He's got Wii on the way as well. They may have given Fat Cat a way out. Unfortunately, this guy's just getting out today. You don't get this kill.
Yeah, Black Camel and Luan already rotating in to help Fat Cat get out. Thanks to also having the blue buff, he has the increased health regeneration as well. So as he zooms on into the jungle, and as long as he's out of combat, the HP bar starts filling back up. Just tick, 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 tick. 7 p.m. scrims now down 3,000 gold. Chong Chortle are not in a commanding state, but they're starting to pull ahead. All thanks to really Fat Cat just being so monstrous on this Zed. 2,000 gold ahead of his counterpart in a Premonition. If Chong Chortle come through with this victory and we go to game 3, Dia, I imagine that Zed is going to be a priority pick contested between both of these teams.
Which is not something that I thought would happen going into today. The sort of small meta that has been developed between these two guys over the course of... well, there's, I guess, now 3 games since 7 p.m. PST. Did get spotted with the Zed earlier. Has been surprising. We're going to get to see it continue to play out. 10 seconds left on this Dragon. And now I think Chong Chortle can start to look for that fight. They've been playing it a little bit slow earlier on, but as long as they don't get picked off, their 5v5 is actually looking pretty good, and they're testing it up against California.
And Black Camel is strong enough where he can just walk up to the Jarvan and just start auto-attacking him and saying, okay, are you gonna get out? Are you gonna get out? Are you gonna get out? Oh, whoa, 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 that's 4 people, Black Camel. You gotta have the rest of the team.
Still alive, though. Nice Counter-Strike. 4-man stun. He turns it around all by himself. Even flashing forward. Black Camel puts Chong Chortle on his back and puts 7 p.m. PST in the ground.
Dia, that's a full team ace from Chong Chortle. They're turning their eyes toward the Baron. They've got 2 members who can also take turrets down through the mid lane as well. They're going to get so much off of that team fight.
Somebody clip that. That was an amazing stun that came through. Black Camel just absolutely yeeted Chong Chortle to an incredible lead. They've got an 8,000 gold lead. They picked up the Baron. With this Dragon, they're surely going to send themselves to a 10,000. And honestly, from this point on, they should be able to close out the game.
3 items coming in for Black Camel, I imagine. Steric's Gauge has been picked up. He's making his way towards a Wit's End, but if Chong Chortle continue the game at this pace, I imagine that Chong Chortle can end the game off of a next successful fight. 7 p.m. scrims, you know, before, they still have tools that they can lock down priority targets with the Cataclysm, with the quickness and the Grand Entrance. Featherstorm also can lay down multiple feathers, but the way that Black Camel just evaded every single crowd control option that 7 p.m. scrims available, brute force his way onto Lightning T, even flashing behind him so that he couldn't get the root with the Featherstorm and the Blade Caller. Beautifully executed by the jungler of Chong Chortle. And now he is on the side lane duty with Luan DJ. They're looking to take down these turrets. And Dia, this could be it. We could be going to game 3.
I think we are. At this point, ASMR would have to pull off a miracle in the 1v2. He's going to go for it right now. Counter-Strike comes up, though, does stun him up in his own base. The Proto Flash takes him out to safety, and as Lightning comes in, you find out that he actually doesn't get the chance to do anything. A nice knock-up is going to come through from Wii, but ultimately that death mark starts to turn things around. Fat Cat gets out alive like a bandit! Chong Chortle, what?
There is no humanly way that Fat Cat gets out of a 4-man collapse like that. There's just no way.
It's not fair, Rafa. How is he able to get out like that? Science cannot explain.
Fat Cat is just built different, man. Oh my god. 7 p.m. scrims. They had the Zed right on top of it. They were ready to get the shutdown. He didn't even have GA yet, so it wasn't like he lived through a second life. It was just a stasis and a well-timed death mark, buying enough time for the second Living Shadow cooldown rotation to come off, and he gets out. Oh my, I'm pissed. Ridiculous.
Let's see if this happens just as illegally, because Black Camel should have died there, but unfortunately, it's just a lot of time gets bought with the stasis, the Counter-Strike even more so. Black Camel doesn't go down, and at this point, with Chunk Chortle getting away with so much, really not sure. 7 p.m. PST scrims, they can't be sure what's actually going to work or not, because the things that should be working aren't, and the things that shouldn't be working for Chunk Chortle definitely are. They jump forward, they take down that next tower, and they are looking for your base for all these kills. A nice Dawning Shadow comes across the top, layers in the damage, and finally Black Camel is down. Raid Boss is out, but unfortunately, you've only got one member left standing in their way. Premonition on the res is going to get deleted. Lightning T rejoins him. Ooh, Lord, makes it close, but it doesn't quite work out. Chunk Chortle do the impossible. They end up pulling out this game and sending us to the third one of the day.
Lightning T denying the ace, but could not deny the win from Chunk Chortle. They take game 2 into their own hands, and now we're going to game 3. Dio, we've already laid the stakes, and we've laid some of our kind of predictions going into what the priority list is going to be for the draft. We already know that Zed is going to be at the top of the list. Jax also has to be a contested pick, because when you look at that game, surprisingly enough,
God.
it was the Zed and the Jax that had a major pop-off. And we don't want to take anything away from the rest of the team. Obviously, everyone on Chunk Chortle did their part into contributing, but the difference makers, Fat Cat, huge, massive lead on this Zed, uncontested in the side lanes. Premonition couldn't handle him. They put Premonition into the dirt, and there's no way that he was able to answer back. And of course, Nori, just solid foundation rock, consistently putting out damage with the piercing arrows. Oh man, I'm at a loss for words, dude. That was sick.
I was looking at those damage charts and going, yeah, like we kind of had some unsung heroes there with Nori on the Varus, like you mentioned. I mean, I know we talked about it mid-game, but from behind, from that kill early on, you wouldn't have thought it. He was putting out a lot of utility in the mid-game once he got access to the ultimate, and it even started turning into the damage, because just as Varus goes, especially from a distance, he's going to be able to chunk you out. But the real surprise here to me was Luan on the Olaf. After getting Dove at level 3, going into the mid lane and finding yet another kill, setting his own mid laner up for success. This guy may not have made the Olaf look flashy, but he really did end up taking not even his own winning lane, but just his own lane, tanking it and making sure that it worked for the team and laying out a bunch of damage while doing it.
Man,
you're incredulous.
I went back in the stream because I just wanted to. I try to slow it down to like just a millisecond to see how Fat Cat got out, and it's just literally I think it was just the stasis timing was so good. A lot of the burst damage and skill shots just barely missed, and so Fat Cat just gets out. Oh my gosh, this is, if I'm playing in a ranked game like that, and I see the Zed and like all 5 of my teammates are on top of him, and we still don't get him, I'm just like, all right, guys, let's go to the next one. Let's just ban the Zed. Let's not let him have the Zed again. We're not dealing with this champion ever again in our draft, because that was so ridiculous. But assuming that 7 p.m. scrims, if they get priority of side selection, if they select blue side, that will force Chunk Chortle's hand into potentially banning the Zed, because now the Zed is the first big priority. And the only other time where we saw that Zed was a contested pick between both teams, and that it was forced to pretty much be like, hey, whoever gets the Zed first probably will win the game, was between Dakun Gaming and Thundertalk Gaming, our 2 finalists at the Horizon Cup, the 2 Chinese powerhouses. So already NA starting to catch up. These two teams recognizing how much power Zed has in this current meta. And, ladies and gentlemen, if you're also doing some multitasking, patch 2.6 just dropped, at least in terms of the information in the video, the preview. We have items like Banshees and Edge of Night coming to the game as well. So more lethality items for the likes of an assassin like Zed. More protection like the Edge of Night, right? So this is, if you're a mid laner and you haven't picked up Zed by now, do it. It's Champions nuts.
It's your time. It's your time to shine. All you Zed mains that have been in hiding as well. I mean, just absolutely go for it at this point. With international competition supporting him, and with the itemization as well starting to favor, this is looking good. Now that we've got that side swap that you talked about, though, the curiosity really does lie with whether the Zed gets banned away. We saw it already in one of these games, the first one, and, well, it didn't quite work out for Chonk Chortle. Maybe it's the answer that 7 p.m. PST need to pull something else out and get away with a mid lane matchup that is perhaps not as swingy based on the power of the champion that is latent, is the word I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. You can see the 7 p.m. scrims, because they're on the blue side, they're taking their time with the bans, because they're trying to facilitate a way where, okay, so what this means is when they're banning the Jax, they are actually trying to force Chonk Chortle to ban the Zed. Because there's a world where if Chonk Chortle did not ban the Zed, but they didn't ban the Jax either, 7 p.m. scrims could have been like, okay, yeah, we get this, but then Chonk Chortle will get the other, right? And so because you don't get both of the power picks, it's not an ideal world for 7 p.m. scrims, and they don't want to take that flip. So this forces the other ban to come through, which Chonk Chortle will respectfully do so. So now neither the Jax or the Zed will be available. However, past bans included things like the Riven and
Fiora.
Yeah, the Fiora was also a champion that was banned by Chonk Chortle in the previous game. So let's see if both of these teams take an inkling to one of those bruisers, one of those split pushers.
I like the takeaway of the Nami here as well. It hasn't been hitting the ban table nearly as frequently, but Nami provides quite a bit, as we've already seen today with, I believe it was 7 p.m. PST, the ones that picked that up in their first Jax game, and despite the fact that Jax isn't available, still provides quite a bit. Jarvan also a very intelligent takeaway, as Chonk Chortle end up denying that bit of utility, but the Fiora that we talked about is, of course, the first selection for 7 p.m. PST scrims, unlocking that side lane potential, but not necessarily from that Baron lane, because as we've already seen in the qualifiers here at RiftMSTRS, that Fiora can very easily go into the jungle as well.
It is a flex pick, potentially for both 7 p.m. scrims in ASMR or California. Meanwhile, Chonk Chortle, they will take the Riven. Both of these champions that were not available to both teams in the previous game are now snagged up. You know, I have to quote Iraqi Zora here, where, you know, he kind of going into the playoffs meta, he's like, all right, we've got the 3 queens of the Baron lane that can also coincidentally play jungle as well, which is Riven, Fiora, Camille, and then you have Renekton. And Renekton is just kind of like the crocodile that shows up to the party that all 3 of these champions are here. But, I mean, you know, even though Camille got nerfed in the jungle, both Riven and Fiora, very easily adaptable to both Baron lane or jungle. And as we talked about before, Dia, these are the champions that you want to funnel a lot of resources into, because they either become powerful split pushers or powerful team fighters.
You're going to get the chance to as well with something like the Twisted Fate to support you map wide, and picking up the Rakan that it only allows you even more of that instant sort of skirmish power. You get a lot of go buttons on 7 p.m. PST and a lot of ability to pick people off, where Chonk Chortle seemed to, with that Diana, be opting a little bit more into the team fight, recognizing where 7 p.m. PST are going to be strong. They get that big AoE that we've already seen come through today on the opposite side, with the Varus is a really strong backline, and the Riven is what can become a very immortal frontline. Chonk Chortle is setting themselves up for success in the 5v5.
Now, Chonk Chortle do have some extra CC. They're going to the Nori Varus once again. He was so reliable in game 2. Even though that Black Camel and Fat Cat were taking up a lot of the star power and the lot of the spotlight with their performance, Nori was putting in the most damage, technically, out of everyone on Chonk Chortle. Consistent poke, consistent threats of just sieging potential. And then, of course, Chain of Corruptions, powerful disengage or engage tool. I wouldn't recommend the Lightning Tea swag proto belt forward with the Chain of Corruptions. You know, that's
It looked cool.
It looked cool.
It was swag. Yeah.
But they were already swagging on them. So, unless Chonk Chortle are insanely far ahead, then, I would recommend you don't do that, It's a little too...
Yeah, take a bit of a chill pill. I like that we saw him opt into the Zanya's enchantment last game, take a little bit of a breather, and I'm expecting this one to go the same way, barring some sort of crazy early game series of plays from Chonk Chortle, and that's still very much on the table as they've set themselves up with a pushing dragon lane, and they've got the Riven that can come down. They're still unconfirmed as to exactly where that's going to be. Diana that gets a nice bit of push, and even Darius to crack open the Baron lane. This one, at least as of right now, would be going up against the Fiora unless 7 p.m. PST scrims sort of opt out of that one by throwing her into the jungle.
Akshan being picked up here for 7 p.m. scrims. This is going to be a pivot of a more early game centric playstyle. They want to shut down Chonk Chortle's kind of funneling of this Riven. If they can get onto the map, they can make proactive plays and start breaking open structures with the global pressure that Twisted Fate offers, and then, of course, the roaming potential that you get with Akshan whenever he's camouflaged. This could be a way for 7 p.m. scrims to try and finesse... Oh, baby!
Oh,
okay.
Yes! Okay, this is the pick that I've actually been looking forward to it all day. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday, but Nunu actually bringing a lot of power to the table recently, especially in terms of the high tempo that he can keep up inside of the jungle, sort of adds to the roaming of the Akshan, the roaming of the Twisted Fate that we already talked about here, brings a lot of explosive potential to 7 p.m. PST scrims, and a Janna to go ahead into that will definitely keep the 5v5 in favor of Chonk Chortle, but it crucially doesn't address the problem the 7 p.m. PST scrims are posing, or the question rather, which is, can you stop us from roaming around the map and finding you in the side lanes? Janna, not going to be something to provide that same global support.
Yeah, Janna doesn't get to follow you around and match you in terms of roaming power. She's more of someone that will stop you from engaging and diving your backline. Now, the only thing I find a little bit of worrisome with that for Chonk Chortle's composition is that you have a little bit of mixed identities going on here, because you have this Riven who wants to obviously play around cooldowns and look to teamfight and skirmish, maybe look for flanks. Darius can also find powerful engages, and then Chain of Corruptions and Moonfall all make sense in that regard, because when you have Moonfall, you're looking to already find a bunch of people, snag them back up, and then, look for a re-engage. However, Monsoon pushes everyone away. So the way that Chonk Chortle, I imagine they are using this champion, is not necessarily as additional team fighting power, but it's ways to kind of be like, all right, we need a last minute resort saving grace to make sure that Nori doesn't get singled out here by the engaged power and the lockdown power of Twisted Fate, Rakan, and Nunu, right? If you can push the Nunu front line away and the Rakan away, then 7 p.m. scrims might not be able to re-engage, and then that's when Chonk Chortle can capitalize and look for an engagement of their own.
Exactly, and if Chonk Chortle are the ones sort of trying to start these fights, then the usage of the Janna can be limited, because 7 p.m. PST scrims at that point, you do want them on top of you. You do want them in the face of something like the Darius, something like the Diana, and I think that sort of what they're relying on is that aggression from 7 p.m. PST scrims to a fault, not just in the side lane, but sometimes opting into one of those 5v5s accidentally, be it around second, third Dragon, second Rift Herald, something like that, because at that point, you can really turn it on with Chonk Chortle, deny everything that 7 p.m. PST scrims want to do from beginning to end with that Rakan and Nunu especially, and then have your own team start to lay down the damage, lay down the hurt. I think it's a really cool adaptation here, and I can't wait to see how it plays out on the big screen as we hit our third game of the day here. 7 p.m. PST scrims, Chonk Chortle, only one of them will get to move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, California, also one of our few NA junglers that has pulled out Nunu on a stage game in the North American Summoner Series. I'm trying to rack my brain if we had any Nunu games from Tybe or T-Tigers or I definitely know Tarzan didn't pull out Nunu. That's already a fact. Yikes. Sheesh. Yeah, I think California is really our only jungler that has played Nunu. So it's kind of cool to see in our game 3 of this qualifier, 7 p.m. scrims, going back to a little bit of a pocket pick. Because Nunu in the right hands can cause so much disruption and be such a reliable front line. In fact, it really is one of the only like dedicated tank junglers that you can pick that will be viable. Jarvan and Vi kind of get a pass just because you can build tank on them and they will provide powerful engage, but they're not true tanks, right? Nunu, whereas, is actually a true tank.
We'll see. Whoa, doesn't quite find the engage there as Black Camel gets out over the wall, but still does end up forcing the flash from Hestia and actually re-engages onto Black Camel. But now the numbers are in favor of Jordan. You can see it as Wee goes down for first blood, not getting away. California gets flashed on by Nori as he goes aggressive, stays alive as well. And 7 p.m. PST get absolutely nothing for the play that they started.
Yeah, Nori is so low, and yet he holds onto the heal because he knows, and he has full confidence that he's going to be surviving the onslaught even after flashing into multiple members as we have a 1v1.
Low on? Whoo! Load going low, but will not give up the kill today. The rest of his team extraordinarily happy with that. And Black Camel even pokes his head up to see if ASMR overstays trying to fish for that one. But as of right now, 0-2 in the favor of Chortle, looking really good for them. And we haven't even had the first objectives come up just yet. So this is just free gold in their pocket. As we mentioned when the Jax was on the table, a little bit of a push on a big boulder, a big snowball that can come through. As Chortle, their 5v5 should be something that can go uncontested throughout this game.
7 p.m. with this Nunu, you have strong gank presence, and you can tank up a lot of damage whenever you proc the Aftershock, but because that fight was so scattered, the Aftershock rune had already procced by the time 7 p.m. scrims were able to rejoin California on the engage, so he no longer didn't have all those resistances to be able to tank up the upfront, but now looking for something on the Chonk Chortle. Premonition is here with the Destiny as well, but Black Campbell with the re-counter engage, but it... Oh no!
That looked like it was going to be absolutely sick, and then he got stunned and couldn't do anything. Black Camel, I respect the attempt, my man, but in this case, that ability for Nunu to get things going and now joined by the Twisted Fate from Premonition really highlights the strength of the composition for 7 p.m. PST. Though things didn't go their way in the early game, now that we've hit the level 5s, they can pull that play off again and again and again and again and again.
This is the power of 7 p.m. Scrims' composition past level 5. You have access to the Destiny, and you can turn any numbers advantage around in your favor. Chonk Chortle did have a nice skirmish that, got them a lot of early gold over into Fat Cat and Nori's pockets, but Black Camel not quite at the stage where he can take a lot of damage up front and then be able to whisk his way around. He needs a little bit more ability haste once the Black Cleaver and the Death Stance are completed. I mean, Black Camel can always just let these items come through. There's a lot of scaling potential on Chonk Chortle's side. It's up to 7 p.m. scrims. They're the ones that they have to be pressed to find advantages early on so that they can stop Chonk Chortle from being able to get to that point, as they are also, at the same time, buying time for ASMR to scale up as well.
Hey, they do have that scaling component for them, that side lane beast of the Fiora, who can even extend that into the team fights if things get late enough. But for right now, they're the ones being dictated to, and so they end up electing to go for the Rift Herald when they see that Chonk Chortle opt into the Dragon. It is a little bit unusual to see Chonk Chortle opt into something like that, Drake, because they can take whatever fight they would like, and there's no reason why not to take the sort of economic advantage of the Rift Herald, but they turn it into a play in the bot side. Now Black Camel underneath the tower once again. It's going to take a little bit too much damage, a little bit too early. Destiny coming down as well. Seals the death warrant of yet another, although that cat hasn't gone down just yet. Lightning is running out of damage. No. Nori's already clapped back on Wee and is starting to turn things around. This Varus arriving may have just saved the day. Nori looks for one more time, flashes forward for the auto. What a guy.
Oh man, Chonk Chortle I thought they were really done for after a beautiful collapse from Wii and Lightning T, but then when Premonition came in, and I thought that was going to be the done deal onto Chonk Chortle's remaining members, Premonition, his first card is locked in. It's a blue one, so it's like, okay, you got a little bit of damage back. But then when he finally locks in the gold card on the retreat, he hits a minion instead, so then that gives Nori the entire window to just say, oh yeah, he's got nothing. I can flash forward, I can piercing arrow, I can get a couple more auto attacks in, and then bam, Chonk Chortle are able to equalize a little bit of that gold. However, on the other side of the map, Luan DJ was getting pressured by ASMR in California. They dove him under the turret. They didn't take down the second tier turret, but they got a lot of damage on it. And already ASMR starting to look a little scary on this Fiora.
Yeah, that Trinity Force is definitely the herald of some bad things to come the way of Luan. Especially with the Twisted Feint, waiting until that ultimate is off cooldown one more time. It never even has to be the 1v1 that Fiora will thrive in. You can wait until it's just absolutely unfair, even with that grand challenge to go down. You get that extra bit of damage and an extra little bit of help to boost you up as well. With Premonition moving down into the Dragon lane, though, this is another strength of the comp for 7 p.m. PST scrims, is that you get to split the map like this. However, I do feel like this one maybe not favoring them nearly as much as teaming up.
And Chonk Chortle still are not out of this game. So 7 p.m. scrims, like we said before, this is the team that has a lot of the proactive abilities to make moves on the map since they have access to Destiny. The first Destiny that we saw locked down Luan and Black Camel. It was great. Second Destiny, not so much, but there's always time to make amends and to still make moves. The gold state is even. There's no objectives to take on the map, so 7 p.m. scrims can kind of chill for a while as Fat Cat is just diving Premonition under the tower. Can he get it? Just one more auto attack.
Oh my lord, I thought they were quite literally going to get their comeuppance as Fat Cat, once again, with a perfectly timed stasis, does avoid death for an unusually long time, but this time will ultimately fall, and there goes that insta-res. Just like that, Premonition is back on the Rift.
I was curious to see if Premonition was just going to immediately run towards Baron Lane and then Destiny to try and pick off Luan, because he's very overextended. He doesn't have a turret for quite some mileage over here. You know, if we convert it to Teemos, it's probably... he's like 50 Teemos away, 30 Teemos away.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yes, numbers.
It's pulling out the protractor here, doing some math on the Teemos. Luan, like you say, though, definitely pushing his weight around on the Darius, not being put down by the fact that ASMR did have that item advantage and getting away with it. I'd say, well, it doesn't really result in the gold as something that would push you into an advantage as Chonk Chortle. I'd say it's still a play in their favor because they're getting equal access when they should have no right to. And it's put them in a game state where you can, again, trade these objectives totally fine. Chonk Chortle are the ones opting into stacking these dragons, and it's definitely a play for the late game at this point.
Yeah, and that's what they did last game as well. Yeah, they took the scaling advantage in favor of the Rift Heralds. And they're just fully confident that they're going to be able to answer with whatever turret trades that 7 p.m. scrims look to aim for now that this Rift Herald is available. I mean, they've lost the first turn on the Baron side of the map and most of the HP from that second tier turret. But apart from that, they've held strong on the other outer turrets so far. So Chonk Chortle going to be holding their own, trying to hold whatever remains of the base. And if you look already, Black Camel has completed 2 of the core items, Black Cleaver and Death Stance. A lot of durability, a lot of survivability, thanks to not only the Armor Shred and the extra HP, but also the Lifesteal and the Bleed passive from Death Stance. So this is going to give Black Camel a lot of room to be flexible in these team fights, to pick and choose his ways of getting back into the fight and looking to just disrupt 7 p.m. scrims.
That's the real key to success here. That's what I love to see Black Camel on as well. I'm glad that we've gotten a few more melee champions in the running now, with big stuns as well, with the Jack's last game. A departure from the Graves of Game 1, giving him a lot of autonomy in these fights. Death Stance definitely propping him up at the same time. Luan pokes his head out to see if he can get a little bit of access to the CS, but ASMR is still the one that very much runs this lane. 1-4 is coming in though, and Luan walking down. maybe we got a play being made down towards this dragon lane.
Oh, there it is. A lot of CC, a lot of fights. Oh my god, there's just destruction everywhere. Lightning T singles out Hestia, tried to running away over to the turret. California in the 1v1 against Nori. Lightning T is able to resurrect California right back from the grave, but he cannot run away from Fat Cat and Luan DJ, who run him down.
That was really nice stuff, and I love that they moved Luan down proactively to get themselves a numbers advantage. Big question, though, is it going to matter? Because, well, we get California hitting the Rift again, and that's all fun and good. The real strength for 7 p.m. PST scrims is that ASMR is completely unfazed by anything that is happening. We all looked at our minimap. We all saw what was going to go down in the Dragon Lane, and he went, nope, absolutely not. I want no part of that. I am a Fiora. I have my 2-item spike in the side lane, and nobody can deal with me. Let's just go.
I'm going to sit in this side lane, and I'm going to take turrets all day, every day. That is my job. I don't have to team fight. If I want to and I feel confident to do so, I will come to the team fight. But until that point, I will force one of the members, or maybe two from Chonk Chortle, to answer me in the side lane. Because otherwise, I'm taking this whole base. I am going to be the living embodiment of Trick 2G. I'm opening D gates.
Well, it is definitely going to, certainly soon. Now just the base stands in his way, and again, not really anybody that can 1v1 him, especially not at this point. Just 2 items for Luan right now, but that's not going to stack up against the Fiora. And remembering, of course, that we've still got that Twisted Fate that we haven't seen in Destiny in a while to really lend some assistance. Now we've got another play, though, being made by 7 p.m. PST to force Chonk Chortle into the mid lane, but this time they've brought ASMR alongside with them, who's already in engagement off to the side. He goes low, he gets junked right back, and now it's a team fight going in favor of Chonk Chortle. It's 7 p.m. PST that opts into the 5v5 that Chonk Chortle set themselves up from the beginning to win.
Beautifully executed from Chonk Chortle. All the members collapse right into the face of Chonk Chortle, and Black Camel lands a beautiful knockup with the broken wings into the Keeper stun, and everyone else, Nori with the Chain of Corruptions, locks them all down so that they have to face the wrath of continuous piercing arrows. Black Camel just shredding them through with the broken wings once again. And then a beautiful Blade of the Exile into Wind Slash. Clips out the last 2 members of 7 p.m. scrims who are trying to run away in that fight to execute damage. You cannot run away from it if you are caught in the projectile area. And Chonk Chortle not only taking that tier 1 turret in the mid lane, they also secure the dragon. A nice attempt from Lightning T with that Avenger Ring to steal the dragon away, but Chonk Chortle now, Dia, have secured 3 of the 4 dragons in the game. The Elder Soul will be an infernal one. If Chonk Chortle secure that, it is most definitely their series to claim.
And you know what? For each of the dragons they've gotten as well, they've gotten a 2,000 gold lead. And that's spread across all of their members right now equally. Gives them an edge in the 5v5, but not in the 2v4. As they end up getting away, but just barely. Destiny gets channeled, and maybe we look for a little bit more come up. It's not going to connect onto Nori, and now Chonk Chortle turning this one on their head. Black Camel goes insane in the front line and turns the fight alongside Chonk Chortle, sending 2 members of 7 p.m. PST scrims to their grave.
Just like in Game 2, Black Camel just completely brute forces his way through the front line of 7 p.m. scrims, finds Lightning T in the back line, and just deletes him off the map. Chonk Chortle now pushing with a 3-man advantage into this base. They've taken down the inhibitor turret through the mid lane. They're not going to get it through the Baron lane quite yet, but they have the Baron buff on their side, so that they can definitely chip away at it. You also have Luan, who is pushing through the Dragon lane, so they can always rotate on over there to get and maximize the amount of structure damage they're getting against 7 p.m. scrims.
You've just got no answer either. Nori's laying down so much poke from far away. Lightning T is engaging with his face, and California's coming in as well. But Fat Cat is more than ready for it, and the apprehend pulls California right back in. We goes for trying to find unengaged, and the Chain of Corruption does go wide, not locking him down, but still taking ASMR out as Luan locks him down and executes him with that Noxian Guillotine. He gets to take to the front line now, eliminating the last bits of the base, eliminating the last couple pieces of 7 p.m. PST scrims, and leaving just 2 alive. Premonition and we. Can they hold the base against these last couple members? It seems that they can. And just for now, 7 p.m. PST, they get to live another day, but it is really numbered at this point.
Yo, a Fat Cat, yo, relax, yo. He goes in sub 300 HP against almost a full HP bar of Premonition, and Black Camel's the one that gets to clean up, because we is just a support recon with Dead Man's Plate and Protector's Vow. It doesn't have enough damage. He can take up a lot, but he cannot stop Riven from just shredding Premonition to pieces. 7 p.m. scrims, their base is completely destroyed. It's completely open. There's nothing separating Shock Chortle from just taking down this Nexus. They do have to play off the minion waves, though, but they are 16,000 gold ahead. They can just wait for this Baron to respawn. And 7 p.m. scrims, if they even leave their base for just more than a few seconds, these minion waves will come crawling in, the supers will destroy and evaporate the minion waves and the defenses of 7 p.m. scrims, and they'll lose the game.
Well, at this point, this Baron, just sort of a formality here for Shock Chortle, would send them easily into a game-winning spot, and Fat Cat might just do it on his own opt-in, but doesn't quite get that moonfall out. Pick has gone out for 7 p.m. PST, but now, with Black Camel in the front line, things start to change. Nori ends up claiming a kill, and just like that, Shock Chortle pick up 2 for the 1 that they traded away, walk it into the base, and take the 3rd game, sending themselves into the semifinals to the 3rd qualifier of RiftMSTRS.
And to consider that 7 p.m. scrims had absolutely destroyed Shock Chortle in game 1 with nearly a 20k gold lead, we wouldn't, like, it doesn't reflect how drastically changed the series went. But it goes to show how important adaptation can be from a team who has to bounce back from a devastating opener game of the series, and how beautifully Shock Chortle are able to do so. Once again, Black Camel comes through huge on a jungle pick that he is able to get a lot of resources for, but I think the unsung hero here is Nori, because most damage in the game, once again, on the Varus, even though that the jungler champions changed, the mid lane champions changed, you know, the Jax and the Zed were instant priority picks. Fiora also coming up onto the table. Riven, another champion that we all feared, but it was Nori's Varus who always came through with reliable, consistent damage, falling up on CC, falling up on team fights as well, and Shock Chortle pull through, take down 7 p.m. scrims.
Yeah, it was the cornerstone of the team, the thing that brought them all together and sends them on to yet again their 3rd semifinals in a row. These guys simply do not quit in the qualifiers. Let's see if we can send them on to win their first one, as that is in the cards for them now. To see who else it's in the cards for, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back with yet another quarterfinal.
There's something different about us.
I'm tired of waiting, waiting. I'm tired of waiting, waiting. I'm tired of waiting, waiting. So let's be crazy, crazy. I'm tired of waiting, waiting, waiting,
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Second quarterfinal matchup of the day is coming to your screens right here, right now. It's Dia and Rafa on the cast. Interestingly enough, Rafa and Rafa. First name Raphael.
That's right.
What is it? Rafa squared is what you called it.
Rafa squared, that's right.
That is the most powerful thing to bring you this second quarterfinal. We've got NME versus Immortals coming up, and there's a big storyline here. For those of you that didn't get the chance to watch the last couple qualifiers, Immortals are good. Immortals are very, very good.
Immortals have essentially challenged Enemy for the second best team in North America spot. It's very hard to beat Tribe, but Immortals and Enemy are not the only teams that are also playing in the remainder of our bracket here today.
No, not at all. We've still got the rest of the bracket going on. Importantly, with who are they in Sentinels, currently sitting at 1-2-1. Sentinels, another innovator inside of the jungle, could very well meet their match. Who are they? Did play in previous qualifiers as well under the name Noticed Legends, so keep your eye out for that. But below us, we've got the draft. Enemy versus Immortals. What is it? Is it the Zed? Is it the Wukong? Where are you going with this?
I'm looking at everything, Dia. I've got the whole pie, and I've got to start by taking in bits and pieces. I might take a slice over on the side of Immortals here. I'm looking at the Zed being picked up for Hoon. We've got the Riven for Yikes, I'm assuming. And then, of course, this is the Aurelia for Iraqi Zoro. I know that, before he came chilling with us on the Horizon Cup on the analyst desk, he got to shine with the Aurelia in one of the previous RiftMSTRS qualifiers just a couple weeks ago. And he was talking about Twitter. I was like, yeah, finally, I got to show you guys my main. This is like my favorite champion in the game. This is the one that I've been putting a lot of time onto. But when you look on Enemy, not only you're going to have a Louis bringing out the Fiora, but you also have Tybe bringing out the signature Wukong. And if those that don't know, if they don't tune into Type's stream, he is also calls himself the best Camille and Wukong in NA. Unfortunately, the Camille has been nerfed in the jungle slightly, but Type still plays it, and Immortal's still respected by banning the Camille away, as we saw in the draft.
Yeah, I like that they ended up going with that, but unfortunately they didn't have quite enough bans to take away Type's specialty, so I'm really excited to see that Wukong. The Thresh, also a champion that I don't get to see that much, but is certainly a support that can shine, and Deceived could really bring himself up on that one. I'm excited to see how that one goes for him, because, well, he's got DNZ right next to DNZ. Oh, I'm sorry. I always do the Z thing.
No, not anymore.
Yeah. Not here, not now.
Yeah. So this will actually be the first game or series that we see here on stage for Enemy playing with Old School, because Old School has been playing with this roster, and we saw on Twitter that Old School was now a free agent. So if this is the permanent roster addition, then we're not seeing Dienzio today. And with Diana and Ziggs drafted up, I'm assuming that Old School will be piloting the Yordle Mad Inferno Mega Bomb Enthusiast, whatever you want to call it. What is the... There's a word for someone that loves fire a lot. It's like
Pyromaniac.
Yeah, thank you. Our Yordle Pyrotechnic in the Dragon Lane for Old School. But Immortals... man. We've seen 3 Zed pop-offs so far today. So I'm expecting a 4th from Hoon. And he showed us fantastic Ari gameplay during the Summoner Series. He showed us fantastic Diana gameplay throughout the entire regular season. And he's played Akali immaculately. I know that the Zed has got to be something that he's also really been able to practice up as well.
It's gonna be huge for him, but I gotta say, Rafa, now is the time that I gotta bring it up. We were talking about this earlier about how Hestia was one of the best supports in North America. We brought up Charm's name right next door, and since the first Rift Masters qualifier, I have had a massive crush on Charm. This guy is so ridiculously good at his job, and I can't wait to see what he brings forth once again, because we always get 1, 2, 3 highlight plays out of this guy on the Grog as well. It's going to be big. Already we're starting it off with a really nice stun. Immortals not going to go down just yet, but yikes, fast fingers on that one to buy crucial space and time for Immortals to escape.
Yeah, he flashes out, but also huge shoutouts to Iraqi Zoro, who landed the 4-man flawless duet stun. Hoon flashing forward, but I think he ignited... Oh, he meant to ignite a Louis, but the ignite went down on the Truth. He was looking for the solo kill on a Louis. Close stuff from Immortals and Enemy in the opening minute.
That was what was normally what I'd call a courtesy visit to the mid lane from both these top laners. Definitely lost all sorts of courtesy that time around. Things got real close, real heated, and almost every summoner was blown, with Iraqi Zoro keeping his flash up and Shruth keeping his as well. There's a little bit of a disparity in who has the summoner advantages in what lanes, but I'm definitely giving the advantage over to the one that has the Aurelia.
Iraqi Zoro, I gotta say, it's surreal to be working on an analyst desk with this guy and now seeing him play in a turn. It's just kind of... I know we actually... I saw Iraqi Zoro as well before during another Rift, the Nexus Nightmares tournament, but he was playing Dragon Lane. However, a Louis is going to get the upper hand in this 1v1, and that's going to be first blood for Enemy.
And remember, that's despite being at a summoner spell disadvantage that entire time. Now he actually finds himself in the driver's seat with that ignite back off cooldown as well. And the kill, this is once again one of those things where you give the boulder a push, and now it's going to start rolling. A Louis in a very swingy matchup, finding the solo kill just utterly shifts the game and has to shift the priority of Immortals a little bit more towards that Baron lane, because if this doesn't get equalized soon, it's going to be a big problem later.
Yeah, it's a solid few hundred gold lead now for a Louis. He's going to have a component advantage as well. Both Trinity Force components completed in this Phage and the Sheen. Now just about 1,500 gold away from being able to complete the Trinity Force. Actually, I mean, it should be closer now if he's at 2,400. So there's a world where Enemy, if they want to fight at these neutral objectives in the next minute and a half, you can bring a full item Fiora to the fight and just look to completely isolate one target out.
It does take a lot of focus, but I like that you bring it up because it's definitely something that gives a lot of utility inside of the team fights, and often a reason why we see Fiora's group up later is because of just that, especially with high burst teams. You can not only find yourself a numbers advantage, but heal up and reset off of that. With Truth clearing out the mid wave, he may look to pay a little bit more attention into this top side as well, especially since time is already here, but so is Yikes. Starting off the fight right. Level 5s are already hit. Nice flawless duet finds two, but one of them is a clone, and Iraqi Zoro not quite able to finish off the kill. Instead, eats it once again at the hands of Alui.
Yeah, Truth gets there, like, just a little bit after the fight is already over. So that was really just Tybe and Alui having the better 2v2 against Immortals there. The Cyclone providing so much utility with that knockup. Hoon trying to answer back, but he gets chunked out on the turret. The Death Mark is not going to save them. And the rest of Immortals are falling in line, but they don't get a chance to collapse on a Truth and Alui quite fast enough yet. This is a huge, huge opener for Enemy. He's going to pull ahead 3,000 gold ahead against Immortals.
And a lot of that is on their big win con in the side lane. Alui can actually just dominate this game from here on out, with everybody else going more or less even ahead, I would say. Looking at Truth and looking at Old School in the Dragon lane, you get a lot of push everywhere. You get a lot of free access to turrets with Old School on this.
My God,
Lord, Ziggs, and things they just keep getting worse. Right now, the fight continues to extend, and we get a Rift Herald, another kill, or rather another fight potentially breaking out as Selma goes big with the hook and the box. Doesn't turn quite into a kill there, but definitely is going to force that recall from Iraqi Zoro and maybe just spell the end of his turret if this Rift Herald gets dropped.
We talked about how Enemy could easily pivot and use Alui as a person to dissuade Immortals from being able to take an objective fight or isolate one target. He handled 3 people on his own. He kills Yikes, and the rest of Enemy come in as reinforcements so that Immortals cannot finish doing the Rift Herald. Alui finishes the Rift Herald by himself. That's why it comes up as stolen. And Tybe wasn't even there because he was working on the dragon on the other side of the map. So Enemy have taken both of the neutral objectives to start off our first 5 minutes of the game. And now Enemy are in a position where they're 5,000 gold ahead. Immortals are just desperately looking for a way to get back into this game. But their side laners already in Hoon and Iraqi Zoro are behind their relative counterparts. One more massively so in the Baron lane. So at this point, Immortals are just... they are pressed to find an advantage through one lucky mid-game team fight where they can line up all their crowd control and burst out a Louis maybe to get that shutdown gold. Because at this point, Enemy are just snowballing insanely ahead.
I like that even us, when describing the win conditions, have to preface it or qualify it with maybe. There's a chance that they get to burst out Aloys. Even he doesn't have to involve himself inside of the team fights. Right now, perfectly comfortable, confident in that side lane, already going into another 1v2 and almost murdering Hoon, who just now gets the chance to reset at 5% of his health. We still have Alui very much holding the Rift Herald as well, already having cracked top lane tower. Truth is pushing up, collecting plenty of gold. There's so much pressure inside of the mid lane with Old School laying down the wave clear over, and Immortals just don't have the time to make plays because they're busy putting out fires everywhere else.
Turret goes down in the Dragon lane, as you already called it, thanks to the Rift Herald that they also combined with it. Truth is going to get some chip damage onto Iraqi Zoro, even though we talk about a lot when Aurelia gets the Blade of the Ruin King that she's at full build because that's just an insanely good item. But Truth is also very strong in his own right. Rod of Ages and a Seeker's Arm Guard means that he's very durable, he's very hard to take down and burst out. So in extended fights, he can eclipse Iraqi Zoro, and against someone like Hoon, who is relying on just 100 to 0ing you before you get a chance to be able to react, it's not going to work against Truth in his current game state.
Not at all. Truth has gotten so much space here and doesn't just have the level lead, has the gold lead as well. From this point, it's got to be Immortals sort of making these single target plays and definitely making great use of the package if they ever want to have a chance at pulling out a team fight, because single target burst, while it may not be their forte, it's all that they really have left to be able to pick off members of enemy like Truth. We mentioned like Alui, but the thing is, Alui's just not going to be there. If you want to show up to meet him in the side lane, you're going to be losing something else somewhere else.
Yeah, package is available for Goom. And potentially Gume is able to look and see there's an opportunity to collapse on someone. Mortals have found a Louis here. This is exactly what we wanted to see what happened now, but if no way a Louis survives because time comes in as reinforcement saves the day, and a Louis survives thanks to the grand challenge as well as the healing. Oh my goodness, Dia, it's a disaster for Immortals.
It just gets worse too. I'm sorry to tell you, Rafa, but if we look up towards the Baron lane, Truth also ended up finding a kill onto Iraqi Zoro. He may just get another one as well. Gume steps a little bit too far forward. He's eating a lot of damage, but Truth is the one that flashes away, still almost finding that kill. Dragon now going to go over to enemy, and they may even get this Rift Herald for it as well. Hive going to go aggressive on Yikes. He's got the backup of Truth here at the same time, and with Selma walking up, there is no hope of contesting any objective on the Rift because enemy own every single one of them.
Selma just being a nuisance and Thorn and Yikes side. And look at this, once again, Hive is taking one objective on one side of the map, Alui is taking the other neutral objective on the other side of the map. Just making sure that they are maximizing their advantages. Now, however, Immortals find their first kill of the game because Hive was a little bit too close to the tower there, and Immortals punish.
Charm is what I have to say about that.
True.
Sets it up. Did it really nicely. I will say, hasn't really had the chance to shine this game. It's been played basically everywhere but in the Dragon lane. Old School and Selma basically disengaged from 2-3 minutes into the game, went into the mid lane and just continued to spam their skill shots and have Selma roam around, seeing if he could help anybody, especially as Oloy and Truth just took the game into their own hands, and it's still in their hands. These two players are running everything, with Tybe and Selma playing a little bit of support wherever it's needed. Immortals now, though, have a little bit of breathing room since they had pushed out their lanes previously, but are very quickly going to have to go back and address them. No plays were found in that small amount of time that they had, and now enemy get that driver's seat back once more. With no objectives up, though, things could be in a nice stall state that would give Immortals the time to at least find some gold back.
Truth has been collapsed on. He already popped the stasis, but he buys time for Type to come in with a Cyclone. And it's not going to result in any kills on either side of the field, but enemy just push Immortals back off of what was an attempted assassination of Truth, but he survives long enough. And meanwhile, enemy have already taken out the mid turret as well because Old School was left unchecked. He's able to just answer and take it down thanks to, being Ziggs. Now they're popping the Rift Herald. They're going to get a second tier turret as well.
Yeah, Rift Herald going to spell the end of this one. Nice flash from Tybe, and at the same time, down in the Dragon lane, there was a nice recognition from Alui that he was likely going to get collapsed on at the same time. You get a lot of something for a whole heck of a lot of nothing, and Immortals do not get their hands on any members of enemy. So far, only one death, marring what is otherwise a perfect record and a perfect game from enemy so far. If they can continue this into game 2, we could see our favorites shut out of the tournament entirely.
We were talking about how if there's going to be a team that would step up to the plate and challenge Immortals after winning the past and prior 2 qualifiers. But I'm not going to lie, I was not imagining it was going to be an enemy because, especially today, since this is the first time that we are seeing Old School playing on this roster, you have to imagine that the synergy and we don't know how much practice they've been able to get in with their new Dragon laner in, and considering how vocal Dienzio was to the enemy roster prior. Having a switch up and change up like this, I just didn't expect it to be working out so well. Now, this is only game 1, and like we saw in the 7 p.m. scrims and Chonk Turtle best of 3, 7 p.m. scrims completely dominated in game 1, and then Chonk Turtle came back, restabilized, and had much better games 2 and 3. That could also happen for Immortals going into this series, because right now it could be the game 1 jitters and just the way that enemy just exploded off the bat. Immortals can look and identify, like, okay, maybe we're never gonna let a Louis have this Fiora again. Like,
that might be the move. As of recently, though, I mean, we've had a really nice stagnation for Immortals. They've gotten the chance to pick up a bit of gold, and while they haven't exactly closed the gold gap, they've gotten themselves a little bit further on in the itemization, given perhaps a chance at being able to never mind anything that I was saying. That was just unfortunate when your Zed is able to be picked off like that, and it's inevitable at this point. Louis doing so well. There's a reason why we were talking about the Fiora potentially being taken away, and that is it right there. He's playing the whole game by himself as well. Enemy is continuing to apply pressure at other turrets, but he's over there on the Dragon securing the 3rd win of the game for Enemy.
Hey, it's like what we saw last time, right? One jungler, or Tybe, secures an objective on one side of the field, a Louis will secure the other objective. Mountain Dragon is secured, and Immortal's going to see if they can try and challenge this Baron take. Vanguard's Edge comes over the wall, but the smite is clean and true from Tybe. And now they will force Immortals away from the jungle Baron pit. A Louis is here, looking for the collapse, but rest of the enemy, they can walk away content with the fact that they have secured both of the objectives.
Yeah, Selma thinks about laying down the hook for a now, but does accidentally start a fight. Finds a sick hook on the back of it, though. It still might go down. No aftershock left, and the box is out. Deathmark ends up securing a kill.
Charm.
In the front line goes Charm, finding a really nice stun, locking up the members of NME. But Tybe is in the back line doing exactly the same thing and doing so much damage simultaneously. Double kill goes over to Old School. He picks up yet another with the help of Aloy, and now with the Baron at their backs, you march it straight into the base.
It was an honorable attempt from Charm and the rest of Immortals to find advantageous pick. He committed body slam into the flash, trying to catch out the members of Enemy's backline, but only Selma drops because Enemy are just so insanely far ahead. And then when a Louis and Tybe collapse, go for the re-engage, it's just all in a day's work for Enemy. They take game 1 of the series against Immortals.
It was academic. From the point where they got the solo kill on the Fiora, from the point where they got the second one even, things were completely out of control. You didn't have the chance to really fight back as Immortals, and nicely done, of course, from Enemy to not give them that chance later on. But with such an explosive game 1, Immortals have a lot of climbing back into this game, this series, to do.
And to give credit over to Immortals, they definitely had windows that they tried to take advantage of where members of Enemy were overextended, and it seems like they were alone, and they tried to capitalize and punish, which is why their damage numbers, despite, you know, their kill numbers being low, their damage numbers were somewhat considerable. It just never worked out for them. And I think the biggest one that we can point to was where they had collapsed onto a Louis, they got him down to 10 HP, and if it wasn't for Tybe, who was also in the area, who's committing Flash into Cyclone to buy enough time for a Louis, kills the target that was marked with the Grand Challenge, allows a Louis to soak back up, doesn't die from Ignite, that shutdown gold could have been a massive swing back into the pockets of Immortals, but they never found it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of, and it doesn't feel as flashy as the other times when we say this, but it's a little bit of beating you with their wallets, right? Because at the point where that happened, there were already 3 kills. Yeah, there we go. There were already 3 kills on the Fiora, and with that, plus the actual XP advantage that she'd accrued by sitting in the side lane, I mean, you literally just don't have the damage to push through all of that health.
They just got fat stacks, man. They're just throwing up money like this all the time, you know? And they're just like, oh man, look at all this money that we have. Like, bro, like, you can't stat check them anymore when they have 2-3 items over completed on top of you. So, you know, Mortals going into this next game, definitely looking to see if the Fiora is going to be something that they prioritize for themselves, or if they just look to take it off the table, because they had a power pick in the Zed, but they never got Hoon off the ground. He never got a chance to actually explode.
As you said that, it sort of hit me, the reality that there was a Zed in that game, because over the past quarterfinals, we saw him be the linchpin of these games, the thing that really brought everything together, and this time it didn't even really register because mid laners never really got a chance to play. I mean, Truth did really, really well, becoming a good split pusher, but like you were talking about, there's no liftoff point for Hoon to really start finding side lane picks of his own, because what are you going to do? Go up against Truth, who's ahead? What are you going to do? Go up against Aloy, who's ahead? Instead, he was constantly being shut down, playing defensively with that Shadow Step, and just didn't quite work out. So I wonder if that priority also starts to go to the wayside as the Fiora gets removed, or whether they remove Fiora and go, we're going to opt into that again. We know Zed is strong. And,
you know, the other point of contention is helping Iraqi Zoro out before the lane collapses, right? And you know, you can argue that Yikes did try to go for that. He comes over to the top side of the map, and it had only been one solo kill awarded over to a Louis, so Iraqi Zoro wasn't that far behind, but because Tybe and Truth were aware of it, they knew that the play was possible. Tybe beats Yikes to the play first, and is there for the counter gank, and then even though Truth didn't necessarily contribute that much damage to the remaining fight, he was going to be there to clean up afterwards before Hoon got a chance to answer the roam as well. So enemy were very aware of, as soon as Louis got the single solo kill, they knew that he was the play. He was the win condition for enemy to snowball off of, and so they immediately shifted all their focus over to the top side of the map. And they can do that because Old School and Selma are playing a fairly safe lane. You have Ziggs Thresh. Ziggs can wave clear for days against what Immortals had drafted up in the Corki Gragas. And then if Ziggs is ever caught out a little too far forward, you got Dark Passage to be able to save you.
I mean, I really liked the game plan. We talked about this a little bit about how it was sort of surprising that enemy got to pull this off given their recent roster change, but the way that they played it was very much Old School and Selma were a two-man army. They just sat in mid lane, did their own thing while the game sort of got played around them, and it was the perfect adaptation to the fact that you do have a recent roster swap up, sort of being able to isolate that, and the recognition and resource commitment that went into Aloy obviously helped them with that. It wouldn't have happened otherwise, and perhaps we see a different sort of game evolve if we don't get this sort of craziness happening in the side lane in terms of the game plan. But definitely Old School and Selma got a big boost that game in terms of their synergy with NME, because they didn't really have to deal with the majority of the game that was happening. They didn't have to coordinate their movements because their job was to sit in the mid lane and apply pressure, and that they did so well.
And the other thing too is, I know that off of the one hand, it could be pretty easy to look at this enemy roster, and I would imagine that, yeah, you know, that it's not Dienzio anymore. You know, Old School is a fairly newer player to join the roster, but I'm curious, and I'm willing to kind of reason that because Selma did come with Tribe to Horizon Cup as a sub, just in case anything happened to Max Green or just to have an additional player, I'm curious if Old School got a considerable amount of time with Selma practicing while also practicing with Max Green and playing with Tribe during the Horizon Cup stage. Because if so, then that can kind of explain how Old School and Selma were able to click so fast. Now, this game one, as you said, the game wasn't really applied around them. They just continuously applied pressure and cleared waves in the mid lane while plays were being made around Louis and Tybe and Truth, right? But if Immortals look to challenge that, they already are, considering that they're like, you know what? Let's see what AD carries you cannot play, Old School. They have eliminated the Ziggs, they've eliminated the Varus, they've eliminated the Senna. They're trying to take away all the safe picks from Old School to see how he does in a team that he hasn't been with for that long.
I love it. I think it's a great sort of weakness identification, if we can choose to take it that far with very little evidence, but Immortals are definitely doubling down on it, picking up Charmer, the Rakan. This is really, really good stuff, and I love seeing 20s on the Rakan for good reason as well. Up against Selma's Thresh, things could be a little bit difficult. He looked really good on that pick last game, but because there won't be the safety for that AD carry, my curiosity for NME does really lie in still the top side of the map, because they ended up going with the Renekton first when Fiora was up. And I'm wondering, I mean, why do you think that they would do that in a game state that hadn't really changed that much?
They are prioritizing, I mean, they have different priorities, I think, for Immortals. Also, Enemy, I think because the Renekton was available this time around where it wasn't in the previous game, Arakizora has talked a lot about how, you know, Renekton is such a good champion for Baron laners who can't get through the laning phase or can't match up against the other opponent that well, to just kind of bypass the laning phase and easily match other Baron lanes champions like the Fiora, the Riven, the Aurelia, the Camille that can just really get out of control, right? Which is why he made a lot of comments about Fabai from Thunder Talk, saying like, he's not even a real Baron laner because he and Z's role swap. And if you take away the Renekton, this guy will not be able to play a Baron laner successfully. The Renekton is kind of like the get off jail free card. So Enemy prioritizing that, because knowing that Arakizora can always take it in case the Fiora comes up, means that a Louis is kind of guaranteed to get a pass through the laning phase.
I like it. I see what you're saying now, and it does sort of push them into other win conditions, but they've already got some set up, right? With things like the Riven, they've got that sort of bruisery team comp that they can pull out later. Right. I think one of the things that I'm looking at right now is how Immortals are answering that, and with the immense amount of wombo combo they have and immense amount of damage with something like the Orianna and the Xayah, Enemy don't really have answers to the. Yes, they have answers to it. They've got answers to it, Rafa.
We finally get to see
Woo!
our first Caitlyn game, our first competitive game of Caitlyn on stage here in Rift Masters in North America, the one and only. Oh my goodness. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have not experienced Wild Rift Caitlyn yet, if you've not experienced what this champion can do to you and the amount of brutality, and to add on top of it, we're getting Truth's Katarina as well. This game's a banger already.
It's Christmas, Rafa, or at least that's what it feels like, because holy moly, with these two picks to round out the draft, all of my qualms with NME right now suddenly just evaporated. And now as an Immortals fan, I mean, you've got to be sweating. What is the pick that you grab here that somehow deals with both of these total X factors in your game? Are you prepared to go up against a Caitlyn and a Katarina? I don't imagine that a lot of teams are.
Yeah, now the thing about Caitlyn is she has the longest normal auto attack range of any champion in the game at 650. And so when this happens in Wild Rift, it really pushes the opponent to depend on strong engage that covers a lot of distance. Thankfully, Rakan is one of those champions that can do that, right? Gragas is also another champion that if he finds a great flank angle, he can explosive cast the Caitlyn after body slam into the rest of the team, or catch her after she's already used the Piltover net as well as the as her flash to try and disengage from any fight that starts from Immortal side, right? You're also depending a lot on this early game powerhouse engine in the Lee Sin for Yikes. He needs to be able to effectively dive, whether it's the Caitlyn or the Katarina in the early game, to shut them down. It's not going to be that easy when you have an Orianna on this side because you don't have any crowd control to lock down the Katarina. But against the Caitlyn Thresh, you have this Rakan, you have the Xayah. You can tank a few turret shots as long as it's the Rakan tanking it with the Aftershock, and then you trade it over the Xayah, who can always stand at range. Then you can look for some kills early on. Because otherwise, if you do not get this game accelerated within the first few minutes of the game, this Riven will scale, and this Riven will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and she's not going to be alone by any means, with so much in-your-face damage, Immortals, who otherwise have a great composition for engaging, for finding picks, for starting fights on their own terms, are going to be put on the back foot extremely quickly, because if a Gragas is going forward into your carries, having a Renekton run face first into Immortals is going to be just as good a disengage as anything. Nobody wants to walk through a Lui with Dominus running, and that's going to be a really big dissuader. But for right now, as we pop into our second game here in the quarterfinals, I'm going to see if Immortals can clap back. Like you talked about, this early game is theirs.
Araki Zoro is going to be here early in this laning phase. Going to get a little bit of priority trying to get some chip damage onto Louis, but for Immortals, it's a pretty standard start across the map otherwise. Yikes has already cleared his red buff and is already taken out the Raptor camp. Trying to collapse, though, onto Truth, who is pushed super far ahead. Try to burn summoner spells from Hoon. Force the exhaust and the flash. Meanwhile, Araki Zoro also have the flash. Oh, but
oh
yikes!
My God, yikes! He gets out! Oh my lord! Immortals have a monster on their team, and his name is and always has been Yikes. What a play!
Yikes has made a name for himself as one of our best Lee Sin players in North America. But Tybe says, you know what? You can't back that easily. They had a ward on the Raptor camp. Yikes. Recalling in a spot that he thought was safe, but Tybe is able to burn the flash, locks him down, knowing that he did not have flash from the dive, and a Louis will also find a solo kill.
I know Araki Zoro is furious right now. That's my favorite part of watching things like that go down. It's just the pure rage on the other side of it. Araki Zoro on this Gragas now has to make up for lost time. Interesting series of plays in the bot lane, though. It's pulled my attention away. This Old School and Selma avoided a potential engagement preemptively, definitely demonstrating their comfortability in the matchup against Rakan.
Yikes was able to secure the bottom Scuttle Crab. Tybe had already locked down the one on the top lane. Hoon has no summoner spells. Tybe has all of these gap closers in the 3 casts of the Broken Wings. Truth follows up as well. Immortals, once again, falling at the hands of enemy as they are starting to pull ahead. It's only a 1,000 gold difference at 2.5 minutes into the game here, Dia, but starting to see some reminiscence of Game 1.
This is really cool stuff from both teams so far, but like you said, we are getting off to the races, and if we find another solo kill, things just get worse. Araki Zoro can't escape at this point, and now Aloy ends up picking him up, taking himself over to a 2-level lead and a 2 solo kill lead for this guy. Like you're talking about, this is, despite the fact that it's not a Fiora, a kind of carbon copy of the way that last game went.
Yeah, Louis, very, very, very in the spirit of his ultimate abilities named Dominus. He is dominating the matchup right now against Araki Zoro, taking every single advantage of the 1v1, and whether it's Araki Zoro just underestimating how much damage Louis is putting out, or not respecting, or just overestimating his ability to survive, not sure what's happening, but our enemy are taking advantage of it as Hoon will be able to have the flash, but a beautiful death sentence from Selma.
Whew, doesn't turn into anything, but man, that looks good. You clip that for the highlight reel because Selma puts down so much pressure there that even burning the flash on cooldown, absolutely a win for enemy right now. Keeping this mid laner who's otherwise immobile, still even more immobile now, gives you the chance to once again bring Tybe back, find more kills on what is already a heavily snowballing mid laner and jungler.
Yeah, your flash is kind of your one get out of free jail card, right? But when that is not available, then you are really, really vulnerable to being picked off by a Riven, or even a roaming Renekton, or a Thresh if he makes a return visit to come into the mid lane. If Hoon is slightly overextended past that middle lane mark, it is just lights out.
You don't get to play the game anymore. And, well, likely going to happen. We'll keep our eyes on that mid lane, but already Selma was roaming up. Dragon, however, did get traded away in the meantime to Immortals. So as enemy, you gotta know that there are a lot of people in the Dragon lane. Truth has some backup coming in, and it's going to deny at least the initial part, but the kick does end up canceling the ultimate, and just like that, Truth goes down. Ty follows him elsewhere on the map. Seems like enemy, they have just lost everything, but they end up getting a kill right back with Old School.
Whoa!
And a double kill in the top lane does shift things again right back into their playing field.
So on the top side of the map near that Baron lane, Louis and Tybe opted into a 2v2 against Iraqi Zoro and Hoon. Hoon, I imagine, had a beautiful shockwave, and it just knocked Tybe out, but then Louis is able to win the 1v2 against Iraqi Zoro and Hoon. Meanwhile, another kill going over to the side of Gume. Selma goes down. Immortals not falling as far behind as they did in game 1. They're keeping even. They're answering blow, almost blow for blow here, but Louis seems to be the only one that is completely unmatched. 4-0-0 on this Renekton. 6,000 gold. Almost a 2,000, more than a 2,000 gold lead against Iraqi Zoro.
Yeah, he's just playing on another level today, and sometimes you have on days, sometimes you have off days, and who is having what can be easily debated, but Aloy is definitely feeling himself right now, and for good reason. Finding solo kills in this high level of competition is rare, even on things like the Renekton, even on things like the Fiora at this stage in the game. This is nothing short of an impressive performance from him. It's kept his team, well, you say, still relatively even in the lead, crucially. And with picks like the Katarina and the Caitlyn that we talked about, adding an extra element of chaos into the game. It's definitely a game state that I'm giving a little bit of favor to enemy over. Nice shutdown, though, coming through from Yikes.
And it looks like Louis was committed to trying and taking down Gume. But there's a huge collapse from the rest of the Immortals squad. Yikes is able to stuff a Louis engage, puts him down, gets the shutdown, and now he has a completed Trinity Force. He's able to match and overtake Tybe in the gold lead. This is a huge power spike for Lee Sin, as Trinity Force just gives you so much dueling potential, attack speed, ability haste on top of it all, as well as the Triforce damage proc. You can normally match up against a lot of champions on one item spike at this point in the game, just because Lee Sin has so much mobility, so much just hidden damage in his kit. And on top of that, of course, you have your execute. So Yikes has the potential to swing this game back into the favor of Immortals. He can save this series for them. It's going to be pivotal on which plays he looks for.
Well, he's looking for one right now. Old School, though he doesn't know it yet, could just go down. Ends up face checking. Yikes, but gets away with that 90 caliber net. Nice. Zanyas does unfortunately still get Yikes rooted, though. And Tybe is coming in looking for a little bit more. Gets exhausted, though, and a nice cast from Iraqi Zoro splits up the team. But an even better shockwave from Hoon almost finds kills back. Unfortunately for him, Truth swoops in just in time to collect 2 kills underneath the tower, and Immortals evaporate from the rift.
When all the crowd control is gone, that means it is just a green light for Truth to just spin to win, baby. Pops out the Beyblade, lets it rip, and the rest of enemy are able to just brute force their way through the defense of Iraqi Zoro and Hoon. They take out 2 turrets. They're still going for more, but Truth, I think, has overstayed his welcome. There's no, not again.
He can't get out alive. He's still alive.
Oh my God.
Second time today, we see a mid laner just get away with absolute shenanigans when they should be dead. Truth gets out, and more importantly, enemy massive lead, and it was off this play.
Yeah, Yikes looks for the pick onto Old School, but he doesn't quite get... I'm not sure if he was looking for a kick flash onto Old School potentially once he safeguarded over the wall, but just overestimating how much damage, how much utility Old School had to be able to protect himself. And even through that 4-man shockwave that Hoon had, it's just Truth and Tybe are way too oppressive to be able to deal with and really just burn all the crowd control to not be able to stop them afterwards in the re-engage. And we have to say, Old School actually has the 2nd most gold in the game here. He has quietly but just doing so much damage, and he's been so reliable in most of these skirmishes that we've seen involve the bottom lane of enemy.
And at that point, the Caitlyn, especially from long distance, just adds so much extra. But this time, is the one that's going to get caught out first, gets punted back, and just like that, deleted. That long-range engage really looks good when Charm setting it up and Iraqi Zoro was knocking it down. Unfortunately, you lose one of those members and the jungler to boot for that play. A 1-for-2, still very much favoring NME, and they keep the pressure up in the Dragon Lane.
The caster curse strikes again, Dia. I talk and I praise old school. Is like, hey, yeah, they can't lock him down. And then Immortals say, all right, bet. Let's test that theory. They throw the explosive cast. Charm locks him down with the quickness into the grand entrance, which opens up Yikes to be able to punt him right back into the waiting arms of Immortals. And from there, because Old School had already burned Flash in the prior skirmish, he didn't have it available to get out of that situation. Not even the barrier was able to stop him, but in that situation, enemies still were able to trade 1 kill back, maybe 2. There you go.
So even better for them because, well, as much as they do lose a little bit of momentum, the gold still technically funneling into their favor, and on a composition that does scale, I want to say slightly better. And it's mostly because of the Lee Sin versus the Riven differential. Everywhere else, things can stay pretty even, and Xayah definitely a big powerhouse. Orianna with the shockwaves can change games, but the thing is that in the late game, Riven versus Lee Sin, there's just no question. Riven is so dominant inside of these team fights that NME, as much as they are even ahead right now, were they even? They could be equally as happy.
Louis now taking up the attention of not 1, not 2, but 3 members from Immortals. But the rest of enemy, instead of playing towards the other side lanes, they want to collapse. They want to put Iraqi Zoro into the dirt, stunning him up with the Ruthless Predator, the bait out, the explosive catch, and then means Truth can just go and pick it up. Gets the stasis out, has to be able to dash out with the Shumpo, and he still lives. Ignite is taking down Truth! So 10 HP, he still survives! Once again, Tia! What is it about mid laners playing assassins and they just make it out?
I literally can't see his health bar, Rafa. There's no blue filling it anymore, and yet somehow he stays up. It's like he's playing Shrindamir today. Truth just getting out once more like that. Insane that he manages to do it, and even more insane is that NME really don't lose anybody. Not just Truth, but for that play, that a single soul perished, and they continue with this pressure. The 6,000 gold lead that they have stays intact, with the Rift Herald forcing its way down mid lane. They may even get a team fight to bolster them, as not even the crash from Shelly will make it through.
And Yikes was forced out of his hand as that one. The timer ran out for the Rift Herald, and unfortunately, the rest of the Immortals were not in position to facilitate that crash. They couldn't even get some turret plate gold off of the mid-tier 1. Immortals down 7,000 gold. At just under 13 minutes into the game here, Dia, the Baron is going to be spawning in a few seconds. The third dragon of the game spawning in 30. And I imagine that an enemy, they can just always pivot on the pressure of Louis. 4,000 gold ahead of Iraqi Zoro in the side lane right now. Louis does have to be careful, though, because the majority of members of Immortals are immediately rushing over to the other side of the map, but this gives a window for enemy to push through mid, push through the dragon lane, secure the dragon. But instead, they want to help the boy out in a Louis. They want to assist him so bad.
What a flash over the wall as well, keeping a Louis alive. Yes, it doesn't net enemy anything, but with so much expended from Immortals, they may just start the Baron right now, as it looks like they're already in position to do it. Louis ends up life-stealing up, and Baron already taken down to a quarter HP. The threat is there, and Immortals know it just as well as we do. Enemy, though, they're going to opt for that easier objective, the Dragon, and almost finding Yikes on the way.
He had to flash away. That's his flash down. Yikes. He's going to have to be a little bit more careful about choosing his next engage, because he won't be down one mobility spell that will get him out of harm's way. The Dragon is finally secured by enemy. Tybe is going to collect this bottom wave farm, and Immortals are going to have to answer it, and this is going to give enemy a little bit of a chance to swing right on over to the Baron side of the map. Oh, Tybe, you got to be careful. There's multiple members there.
A lot of CDR on Tybe right now. Does end up getting under. I suppose CDR, I'm sort of showing my age here. Ability haste. Good lord. As he does end up getting out and popping back over on this Riven. He's basically on 2-3 items. Pretty unkillable. He's got so much ability haste alongside the armor shred, the health, and the second life that the GA gives him that you have nothing to fear and so much damage that you can deal. The really one person that can shut you down on the other side of this is going to be Gume. In combination with Hoon, these two need to change everything. And well, with the shockwave going down, you're just not going to have the tools to do it, especially not around this Baron should enemy choose to start it.
The rest of enemy have complete control of this Baron pit. Charm is going to brute force his way to try and get some eyes onto the Baron objective itself. They force enemy off of it, but you can just see that enemy, they're not using the Baron to actually take it. They just want to pull in Immortal so they can fight them. And this is so gross. Just leave them alone.
Flash.
Oh my god.
Good stuff from Old School. Picks up the first kill, and it just snowballs into more and more. Truth jumps forward. Does ultimately go down to Charm. But he got what he came for, and it does not look like Yikes will have the same luck. Ends up being popped into the GA. Peels out a lot, though. And a nice hook, actually. Doubles down from Selma to find a kill. Trades away Aloy, but with Tybe still alive, and this turret meeting its untimely end. Enemy got what they came for. The base is broken, and Immortals now have an extra bit of pressure, a sort of sixth man on the Rift to contend with.
Enemy are almost up 10,000 gold, but Immortals, they are trying to stay in it. They know that their backs are against the wall. Game loss here means the end of the series, means that enemy will move on, and they will be denied a third title of the qualifier here. We look at this fight one more time, Dia. You see the explosive cast, great from Rakizor, but then the proactive flash from Old School gets the first kill, and then they just start running them down, applying the red debuff to get the slowdown onto the remaining members so that Truth can get in range to start shunpoing, start doing his thing. Yes, he goes down, but Tybe finishes him off with the wind slash. And then the play that just made me very excited. That was so sick. And if it wasn't for Hoon's shockwave, that could have been the ace, that could have been the game.
It was really that close, and with Hoon able to survive, fortunately Immortals get a lifeline, but like we talked about, this permanent advantage in the mid lane only continues to stack up for enemy, who now have 10,000 gold to their favor. Selma's looking for a play right now. Charm, however, is hoping that he can answer it back, goes in over the wall, but does not quite pop the ultimate. Instead of Rakizoro, eats a little bit of damage for his trouble. Selma looks for a hook, but yeah, it's just a pressure game at this point. Playing with your sixth man, you get pressure into the base, and already Selma looking for an engage right now, is looking for kills before he even turns onto the Baron with the rest of his team. And it's going to have to be soon, because Aloy did get taken down. So Immortals were able to answer what should have been a sort of Kobayashi Maru, a no-win situation for them.
Well, enemy are going to answer back, though. They force the fight onto Yikes. Tybe doesn't have the GA anymore, so he has to be careful with his cooldowns here. Shockwave is huge. Truth is able to answer it back with the stasis. Does not go down. Survives on top of it all. My goodness. Enemy are still going to be able to play the pressure game. They don't take out the bottom lane inhibitor turret, but they take out the second tier turret through the dragon lane. And now, crucially, enemy do not lose Tybe. They don't lose a majority of their members here, Dia, because the Elder Infernal has spawned. This would be the one way that Immortals can get back into this game. If they steal this soul, they will have enough combat stats to actually match enemy blow for blow.
It's all up to Yikes right now. He's got to be the hero that Immortals have been waiting for. And NME are so hard set on keeping him out of the pit. that I'm not seeing the way. Gonna throw out the
Kick,
flash
flash.
and the Q. Gets
Wait.
closer into the Baron pit.
Oh.
Doesn't quite steal it though, and as time secures that, Immortals turn tail and run. Although they know now as well as we do that their time on this Rift is over. Their time as the champions of the qualifiers has come to an end, and it is NME that will deny them their third victory in a row, their third semifinals in a row, and send themselves on to compete for that very same title.
Enemy show up huge in an unexpected fashion. If we're going to be honest, we talked about how Enemy were fleshing out and playing with a complete, a new roster. It wasn't a huge shakeup, but many associate Enemy, the identity of Dienzio being on this roster, being one of the faces, one of the primary carries. Tybe Truth also, much credit to them as well, but, Dienzio probably being the most vocal and the most prolific. The fact that he's not on this roster, Old School fits in, and not only fits in well with Enemy, but also does so much in his own right. It speaks of a bright future for this Enemy roster, because Immortals is a squad that overtook them when they had Dienzio during the Summoner Series. In the playoffs, they took the second place away from them when they beat them in the lower bracket finals just a month ago.
It could be a honeymoon phase. It could be just, a little bit of excitement as they get together. But really, if we're seeing a performance like this in their first week together, it's something that we're really unused to. Immortals has been dominant for so ridiculously long. And now to see that change, even if it's just in one best of 3, it proves that they're not immortal after all, and that they can and will follow the hand of some of these squads that have been practicing for so long to do this very same thing to them. I love what hope this gives us, and not just the qualifiers and not just the playoffs, but for the Wild Rift scene in North America as a whole. And I can't wait to see them continue. You're gonna get the chance, I believe, Rafa, to see how this one continues to go down tomorrow.
Oh yeah, because tomorrow you won't be here. I will try to carry on the torch of Rafael in your name, Dia. We will continue having some Hispanic Latino spice on the broadcast, but this was a blast. We do have the final bracket wrapping up today's games here, though, for you ladies and gentlemen at home. Enemy move on to the semifinals. Who are they? Have taken down Sentinels. Infinity took down Cloud9 off screen, by the way. Whoa, 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 whoa.
What?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. I'm gonna need someone to link me the VOD of that. That's news to me.
Dude, I don't know what is going on this week in Wild Rift, but we've got some crazy stuff, and mark my words, Rafa, I may not be on cast, but I will be here tomorrow to witness how this one ends up playing out. It's only our third qualifier, but already we got some spice going before those playoffs end up hitting, so be sure, guys, to tune in tomorrow to catch those semifinals and the finals with Rafa alongside Zephyr, who you all know and love. This has been Riftmasters. This has been the first part of the third qualifier, and I can't wait to see you guys next time.
Bye.